Okay, so what I'm going to do... Oh, that's a... Just yet. Okay, on the collab asset. Okay. That's set, and I also want to turn up. I realized that... So, okay. Very important thing. When you stream, go back and watch your own VODs. It helps you so much with all the technical issues that people aren't telling you about. Which may or may not include... turning the music up. I started watching one of my streams last night. Just to prepare, just to like remind myself what I was doing last time. And then the transition happened. I was like, oh damn, I can't even hear the music. This is some soft shit. So let's go. We just that volume. That's good. That's a plus. I think I speak loudly enough that I can get away with turning up the music a bit. Especially since this tends to be a lot of the playlist that we're using. Be a lot of these softer style house. Okay. I mean, I think we're set. Or it could just be me and operate on the as long as you can see, hear the game, and hear me, it's good. I mean, yeah, that's an option. But I do like the actual atmosphere of the music that we're working with, and so I want the music to be like at least a little bit more audible. Actually, a lot of the stuff that I have, like a lot of my recording equipment, is just softer than most YouTube videos, so that's something I have to be cautious about, maybe tweak going forward. Anyway. Okay. Shall we do it? Okay, everyone stretch, out, crack your back, out, palms out, stretch out your arms to the sides, palms flat out. Slowly twist your arm, like rotate it, palm still out. God. Ugh. That feels good. That always feels good. I should really, like, be stretching my legs, too. I keep clamming up. Forget shrimps. Forget shrimp redeem. Ugh. Clamming is where it's at. Let the mic get a little close to your face, but it's fine. Yeah. If I stick my mic right in front of my face, then my camera can't read my face. Take a little sip, then we'll do the intro proper. Okay. Hey there, heroes! My name is Hero Girl, your friendly local neighborhood hero tuber, and this is Final Fantasy Friday. I don't know why I forgot to update the thing, but let's go ahead and update the thing real quick. Final Fantasy Friday. Make sure that doing category. Yeah, well, thank you so much for the work. Thank you. Alright, folks. Today, we are returning back to schedule. I think the last time we had a Final Fantasy Friday was like, what, March 25th? That's been a couple weeks. Casually adjusted my calendar. So if you haven't been here before, or you like, you haven't been here this early before, what I like to do is I like to play Brawl. I like to play Magic. And we take advantage of the fact that Fron is not going to be joining us until a little bit later. And since we were playing Final Fantasy VIII, I've been using the time to try and hone in on the Final Fantasy VIII decks. I've got 4 of them, like, decently tuned to what I like. We've got Renoa, we've got Cypher, Squall, and Zell. I've been holding off on working on the Ultimisia decks. She's got like a mono blue version and a blue black version, because I've been wanting to wait until, like, he appears in the main story proper. But I don't think we're gonna get no, or at least, like, it's not gonna be a little while, and I do need a little bit more variety. We've also got dailies that we need to clear out. We've got cast white spells, cast white spells, cast white spells. So we're gonna be playing with Renoa. And kind of just to take a look at the deck real quick. It's basically a white-green beatdown deck. Fill the deck with a ton of stuff that clogs up the board, and then use Renoa as a way to pump up cards that force through damage. So that's going to be a lot of the flyers, like Linvala for Silence. It's going to be a lot of the tramplers, like Bramblewort Brawler here. Toski is another good one. Right Glass Gearhulk, that's a good one to really shove a ton of power onto. We get to play, basically we're playing a kind of, not quite Death and Taxes, but we do get to play just like a lot of efficient, fair, green-white cards. And then we play a lot of the control hosers like Abolisher and Voice of Victory to keep them from messing with, to basically help out the fact that our commander is a 5-mana 4/4 that makes a token and isn't one of the more powerful options for a commander. The Vivi deck you build is pretty solid. But I think you could play Vivi 50 instances of 49 lands, that would work perfectly fine. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah. Vivi is really strong, really flexible. I don't think he's as problematic in Brawl, because Brawl tends to be really removal heavy. So the Vivi player has to actually kind of like, you know, think about when they're going to play stuff. They can't just jam him out naked. I mean, like, they can, and there's really high upside if they get to untap with him early, but more often than not, if he's the first creature going out into the board, probably not sticking around. So you want to have, like, backup. Johnny Mentor of Heroes. Yeah, that's a throwback. Alright, so we're going to be playing some fair green-white. Draft Forger, Jamoke is pretty cool. Apparition removal. Basically, 3 lands. Yeah, I like this. I kind of want to hold on to the Witch Chanter if I can. If they're playing fair green-white stuff, then it's likely that they might have an artifact or enchantment creature that just like does some good stuff, or like a Virtue of Courage. I think it's Virtue of Courage. Get the basic off the top. Love to see that. Now we can play Scrap Forger. I know that's what I do with a lot of my creature decks. It just needs like some sort of overrun effect to really get going. Fanatic of Ronus. I can play Bramble Armor Brawler. How much do I care about this, actually? Am I willing to use Skyclave Apparition to just like slow them down? Maybe. I can play this as a tap lane if I do. Theoretically go into Renoa or Bramble Brawler later. I'm gonna not burn removal on the Ronus, actually. I'm gonna see what they present as a way to, like, try and bridge that into a bigger threat. Just because I think the Brawler is actually a lot stronger as a creature. Whenever the opponent casts a non-creature spell, creature cards in our library perpetually get +1/+1. That's huge. Okay. Spring Growth. Okay. Whenever a chanting land is tapped for a mana, its controller adds 1 additional mana. There's Bridget. That's a card that I would like to remove. We can go ahead. We can play Apparition and Mother. Yeah, we can play Apparition and Mother. I guess technically I should give him the option to try and not. Hard to say. I could play Witch Enchanter, hold up, get lost. Mother of Runes as a 2/2 is really good, though. I might want to play the Dragon Lord next turn. If I can play the Dragon Lord next turn with Mother of Runes protection up, that's huge for us. They can play a Johnny put counters on Theronis. Because I didn't think about that. That would have been worth not playing the Mother and then holding up the Get Lost. We already have Brawler on board. Dragon Lord Jamoke is really good. Maybe I should focus on playing Heart next. Yep. Go ahead. Plus Alphanak casts for extra mana. Alright. We have 6 mana. I want to do it. I think... Yeah, this is awkward. I should have been thinking about that. Because now I can play the Dragon Lord Jamoka. 5/6. I can't do 2 spells a turn. Jamoka having haste. I basically want to make sure that I get rid of this big turbo ramp because the Johnny does draw cards. I want... We'll get rid of the Fanatic since we don't have... Oh, they're just going to intervention. Okay. You know, I thought it might be something like that. Now the question is it worth using Mom aggressively? Green-white. What? Let's go to combat, actually. Make them use their mana. Then, yeah, I'm going to use Mom aggressively here. I really wanted to use the Scrap Gorger to eat. Now I have shields down. The upside of this is just that they have to use all this big man. Ah, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Alright, well, it's gone. They can internalize it. And then what, they just had like a 7/7 vigilance? This is a fucking swole ass bird. Holy shit! That's a 1-mana 4/5. Oh, that is funny. That is so funny. Is it worth playing like the bird now? If I play the bird now, that helps me bridge it to Jamoka. And also makes it so that way Johnny has like something that threatens it immediately. Now, I think I actually want to hold the bird so I can double spell. In case I hit something else. You can... Ooh, okay. Each planeswalker enters with additional loyalty. Oh, and there's just actual factual Nissa. Fortunately, they only have 2 forests in play. They only have 2 forests in play. She minus she destroys the Destiny Spitter, by the way. Like, just straight up destroys the Destiny Spitter. But then she's not taken up for an extra counter, I guess. I mean, what else am I gonna do, I guess? Now, it's whenever Renoa attacks, she can give another creature 1/1. So that would turn Angelo into a 3/3. No, it's +1/+1 for each creature control, so that would be a 5/5. Oh god, that tempo from like not keeping up the get loss is really fucking hurting right now. You can kind of see how just like one pivotal moment really changes the tone of the game. Now I'm gonna do, let's see. Johnny enters in. That brawler gave us what? +5/+5? Yeah, it's 4. It was 4 instances of +1/+1 for all my creatures. That's hugely above rate. Oh, this is just green-white Super Friends. Okay. Oh, they didn't. Okay. So then that would be 8. I could crash in a Johnny. Johnny's just gonna like draw them cards. And now I need to hold on to this Dragon Lord Jamoka because they just have Elspeth waiting. That fucking sucks. And also they got a 9/9 and a 10/10. That's like also not good. I've got 6 mana. No, we'll go ahead and pick this up. Like, even though all of our creatures are jacked, I would have to trade Renoa just to get the Nissa down to 2. Meanwhile, they could just keep drawing Planeswalkers and accumulate advantage. Yeah, I don't have any way to, like, break through that in any meaningful capacity. Boot, the key to everything. God, I hate this little fucker. Not because the card is good, but like, it just has forced mascot vibe all over it. Anyway, at the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top X cards where X number card types among other non-land permanents. So if we have removal for loot, we're fine, but this hand doesn't have it. Ranger Captain Eos can grab us a 1-drop. Even though it's got Lamore Elf, it's just like no payoff here, I think. Sentinel can help out. We got Mystic, Halfling, Abolisher with Uprising. Kind of a weird 2-lander, but I think we can make this. Oh, yeah, they just get turn 1 loot. Okay. No? So they're gonna get to draw an extra card each turn. I need to play this out now for Esper Sentinel purposes. Well, we have a ton of creatures on board. I think our game plan is gonna... You're playing with Time Stop? Yeah, okay, this is just Teamer Control then. Well, we've got Renoa Hardy, we've got Grand Abolisher. We've got Garrick's Uprising. We can actually play Abolisher into Uprising the turn after we play Son of Creation? Okie dokie. Let's draw out the Portocolo. Always. Forest. Do I need Forest next turn? I've got 5 mana here. 5 mana. I need to play Renoa so I can just like punch. So that's not an issue. I could play Linvala to turn off Delighted Halfling. I don't get to do anything else then. I could play Abolisher and Voice of Victory. Yeah, we're just kind of praying that we weather the storm, so I don't think Forest is what we want. Alright. They get Omen Path, Journey, a land. Remember, Son of Creation lets them draw 2 cards whenever they cast a spell, and they get to play an additional land. So we gotta go big punchies. They just grab a bunch of land. Alright, what are the 2 mystery cards? Ulamog and Domri. Yeah, okay, sure, yeah, perfect. That works out fine for me. World Wave, I don't think we have time for that. We can go Grand Abolisher. I need to play the Uprising. Absolutely. So then, actually, the halfling can actually attack, can't it? The halfling can attack, so I can pretend I have 5 mana. Technically, I guess I should be using the halfling in case I draw into something. Sentries. Yeah, attack with Renoa, attack with, I guess, the Angelo token. Attack with the Esper set. And then, like, pray that we don't die this turn. Okay, so they hit 2 lands, and then they get a free draw. So if that card is not a spell, like they just completely bottom out, we're good. We're set. We win. We're good. We're set. We win. Oh my god. Okay. You know what? That makes sense, actually. I get what the idea behind this deck is. Sonic Creation. That is... I'll say this. It's the first time that I've actually seen loot built like this. Normally with loot, they're trying to maximize on all the card types on board and then play some weird... not like weird, but like, you know, an odd amalgamation of mid-range good teamer stuff, which isn't like wrong by any means, but it feels relatively easy to disrupt. This actually scares me. If you're playing like loot and Sonic Creation, like using loot as a way to get around the downside of Sonic Creation and then just trying to burn through your deck and combo off, or even just like ramp, and then get there on haymakers. We are very, very lucky that our mulligan had a ton of dorks to power up Renoa and just like win the race, because any, you know, chaining of spells there, yeah, that's gonna fucking murder us. So GG's. Kind of a cool deck. I need to remember water. I had a bad experience a couple of weeks ago where water tipped over and then I'm a big guy on my fabula. Gotta remember. Fab. Oh, by the way, so again, if you're kind of new here and you're not new to the Final Fantasy schedule, Final Fantasy Friday schedule, we're gonna be playing Final Fantasy VIII once Fron gets here, and we wait for Fron because, like, you know, I want to share the experience with my buddy. We're up against perfect. Whenever she or another elf comes into play, I have to blight one and you can tap 3 elves. Pain in the... if I go Goose here, I can't play the Bayoth. The Garda is cool, but I don't really have like a huge bridge into her. I'm gonna throw this back. Heroic Intervention doesn't... Sentry can attack in Selfless Saviors here, Guide of Souls here. I have Static Prison as well. It's lacking green, but it has enough early action that I feel like I can actually hold this. Like, this is a weird hand to keep, sure. Alright, yep, that's Birds of Paradise. Cavernous Souls. Named that on human, but I can't actually use that to cast anything right just yet. I could also set it to Angel if I really needed to. What am I doing here? Am I playing the Sentry here? I might want to set the Prison. So if I set the Prison, then... Remember, the Alchemy version of Guide of Souls requires you to pay 4 energy, which is significantly harder. Alright, there's the Lighted Halfling. Sure. Hellish Mystic. Yep, so they're gonna cast Morkant next turn. Guaranteed. Unless... Let's see. More important to name Angel or Human. It might be more important to name Angel, but... I'm gonna assume that the bridge here is naming... My perfect... The tempo you get, just like holding on. And then I am going to attack in with Souls. They can just like block with the halfling, but like, you know, force them to do it. I don't know that there was a reason to not block with the halfling there. If only because I was completely tapped out. Like, I should not have played with the sentry there. Prevail land, maybe trying to find another land drop. The Curse of Silence is not only keeping them off of Morkant for like an extra turn, it's also making sure that when they do get to play her, they can't play her and then just like spam elves. Ooh, Black Market is really good. The goose! The goose! The goose is on fire! Alright. Bomb. Back in. I'll put the goose into play because I can't actually like do anything. And then that might be how we bridge into Sigarda. Now Halfling, at least for our purposes, is a Halfling. So she doesn't help proliferate. This is gonna be awkward if I... Oh, they didn't actually... Okay. I'm going to go ahead and sacrifice the Curse of Silence. I need gas. Copy Changeling's a great pickup. Okay, High Perfect Morkant. They could get, like, what? One more out of this? They could. What am I going to do here? I have to Blight no matter what. I'm Blighting on the Selfless Savior. If I do it on the Selfless Savior, I don't have good attacks anymore. Sentry doesn't get like free attack in on Morkant. The Guide of Souls then? If I do it on Guide of Souls, they do have the tap to proliferate it. Oh hey, Source the Plow. Okay, that works out. I can also just play Sigarda. I think I like play a Sigarda off of the Sentry. Then that would mean... Yeah, let's go ahead. Eat Morkant. Here's Changeling, give her that high Black Market. Absolutely. Oh, I don't even need to, like, keep paying for that birds anymore, do I? Wait, what? Put a creature mana value X less or mana value X the number of attacking creatures you control. Oh! It's equal to the number of attacking creatures. Alright, so I'm just a dumbass. Yep, they go ahead. Now, because... Yeah, actually, let's go ahead and put it on the chopping. And I'm not going to pay for this anymore. We are instead going to go to combat. I'm going to go full control. Actually, hold on. Gameplay, auto order triggered abilities. Turn that off. And then let's go all attack. And And then drag triggers to produce order resolute. Alright, that's gonna let me pay 4. Take action. I could go ahead and pay the 4, put Guide Us Soul. The downside is that I can't keep up Heroic Intervention. The upside is that now they are very, very close. They didn't make me pop the Selfless Savior, weirdly enough. Marwyn, okay, yep. Light the Guide Us Souls to start. Yep. Go ahead and blight Changeling. Oh yeah, the Changeling gets a buff from Sigarda. Yep. That is yet another card. I'm the Changeling. Wait, they don't have any flyers. How are they going to block Guide Us Souls and Sigarda? They're not, right? Yeah, that's GG's. And then we actually have a real cool synergy too, where because we have Coven with Sigarda's ability, you can actually dig 5 deep, try and find a human, and then the Sentry should be able to put him into play. Yeah, that was good. That was GG. It really just kind of came down to being able to slow Morkant down long enough for us to build cards out. This is X, where X is the number of attacking creatures. That's what I gotta remember. Because that means that it's that I could have gotten Sigarda down a turn early if I had attacked with the Goose. Well, no. Would I have wanted to have done that? No, because the Changeling got rid of the black market. Okay. No. That still works. That still works, right? Because if I play Sigarda and everyone's buffed up, I can attack with all three of these, put the Changeling into play, tap an attacking, blow up the market. Then the only downside is actually I can't Swords Morkant. I have to pop the Savior early. I don't know. It kind of gets weird at that point. Also, Lucky, thank you so much for the lurk redeem. Let's see. We got at least one daily down. Then what? 4 booster packs. That's it. Got that. Get that 4 booster pack reward. We've got one more week to take care of that. No problem. Oh, that's right. The pre-release is in a week, isn't it? One more week until Strixhaven pre-release. I'm excited. I am really excited, chat. Way more excited than I have been for at least a few months. I want to say since what was it? Anyway, is that when Lauren Eclipse was? I hope it was. Going first against T. This is going to be Dragon Ramp. It's either Dragon Ramp or like a weird 5-color control. And this time I do actually just mean like weird as in not usual. Little Bane Battler can actually give a fast clock. I'll hold on to this. January was Lauren. Then what was the turtle set? Was that like what? Early March? Early March, late February, something like that. I'm gonna go Pilgrim first, I think. Even though I could just like go Daka with all these dorks. I want to be able to cast the Apparition early if I need to. Otherwise, I'll cast the Battler and then we can go into Mystic and what have you. Jamoka's not. Go ahead, play the Battler. Go ahead, play the Mystic. Pass turn. Early March. Oh, let's see. And then next turn we should be able to go into Renoa. Get 2 more counters off that battler. Stretching out. Stretching out. Alright. So between Lorwyn and Strixhaven, Magic's been pretty good this year. Lorwyn was an absolute home run. Wife and I had so much fun at the pre-release for that one. Strixhaven's going to come in and we're making just so many fractals. All the fractals. This isn't blue, right? Yeah. Is it worth playing the ambush here? Feel like it is, actually. That's a little weird, but oh yeah, we can just go ahead and put the order auto triggers back on. I can hold on to Dramoka, but are we expecting a Wrath here? We could. If this is like a Toxic Deluge, that's really bad. Flare of Fortitudes. We need to play Dragon Lord. Honestly, I'm in it to win it. And now I can just Flare of Fortitude to protect my board. Dragon Lord Dramoka makes it so that way opponents can't cast spells during our turn, so Aetherize is off the table. They can't even like Deluge anymore because Battle Air's too big. Yeah. This is just like one of the lopsided issues that can come up with Brawl. If you're up against a deck that plays a ton of mana dorks and gets to go first, kind of snowball really quickly. So yeah, if you're gonna be playing a slower deck, regardless of whether it's like a theme deck or not, you want to make sure that you have plenty of early interaction to slow them down long so this doesn't happen. I'm still stretchy. My wife and I are heading out to a pre-modern tournament tomorrow. One of the bigger events in the region. It's gonna go to the... What was it for? Like the Vancouver Cancer Research Foundation or something? Something like that. So like the 40 bucks entry, that's all fundraiser stuff. There's gonna be some raffles where we'll buy some tickets. They have a Greek Feldergriff that my wife is so hopeful to win. I hope she gets it. Dog, Birds of Paradise, Dork, Garda to reload. Against what is ostensibly going to be Jund lands. That can actually run pretty crazy. The Portico in our hand. How do I feel about this? The Heirloom can help us redraw. I'm going to keep this. But my gut instinct is that this Bird of Paradise probably isn't living. Ooh, if we can get Lamvala down against a fully stationed Heartfall. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the bolt's not. That's going to set us back on tempo. I'll take an untapped land. That lets me go Heirloom into Scrap Gorger. Obnixilis? Okie dokie. That is, We're catching back up in terms of momentum now that we have like 5, that we can get to untap with like 5 mana, but, I'll just lose 5. The important thing is that the Scrap Gorger is also going to be incidental graveyard hate for this Hearthhall. That way they can't just like loop. Red and 6. Well, so much for that idea. Okay, then. Takedown's probably gonna have to be a lane. Probably gonna have to. I can play the Vala. This needs to be stationed. So what? We can Felia blink out the tokens so that way they don't do anything awful. That leaves us with 3 mana to do something else. I can also just like play the takedown. I can play the takedown, get rid of the token. Or Squall comes down so that way they just don't have anything to station it with. Ren and 6 would absolutely hit Squall. Garda gives humans 1/1. I can just play Renoa, then make a dog. But I think yes. And then yeah, they can go ahead, they can ping my face, sure. Then here's white, here's Squall. That's something to worry about. No attacks, pass turn. Use Felia, instant speed, eat the Wooded Foothills when Renin 6 gets activated, so that way they can't just loop it. Don't do Felia ahead of time. Wait until they activate. I'm hoping that they tap out for a thing. Okay. If they use removal on Felia, I guess that's not removal aimed at Garda. And then Squall is also going to eat removal. So they really have to pick their poison. Ah! Destroy up to 1 target artifact, up to 1 target creature, up to 1 target in hand. So blow up Squall. Wait, hold on. The 1 target artifact, creature. Evidence X or X is the total mana value of the permanence of the spell's targets. Gotcha. Okay. So then, yeah. Okay. They can't target the Scrap Gourd. Oh, this is perfect for me. Okay, they're gonna go for the red-green one. Go ahead and exile the red-green one. Now we have Dog! Yeah, I'll just lose life. Oh. Hunter's Talent. Hunter's Talent's cool. More important to keep them follow or Garda potentially draws his cards. Whenever you attack, target creature gets 1/0 and trample. So this would actually let us... Felia can fight Renin 6. Can also fight Omnixilus. I think I want to fight Omnixilus? No, can't be. Because they take a target down. Let's just jam the Garda. And then we'll start beating down Renin 6. We'll go ahead. Wait, hold on. Renin 6, we could have like don't think that's wrong though. Yeah, I don't think that's wrong. Yep, they go ahead, they make a double. Felia blinks out the double, that's fine. Don't care about that. Unless they sacrifice. Titania. There's a land. A noble hierarch. Gotcha, understood. Okay, now we have stuff with MTG. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power target creature you don't control. So then Titania. Target creature you don't. Deals damage. Deals damage, deals damage. shoot Titania. Target creature gains trample. Okay. So loop. Link out the target. And actually, yeah, this is how we win the time war. If you control power for a greater card, we'll just... Okay. I had to do a little bit of thinking about that because Sigarda triggers whenever she attacks and then has the intervening if clause. If I was to power up Sigarda, that still would not be Coven because it'd be a 3 and a 3. Because the Scrap Gorger gets +3 power as soon as it has 3 oil counters on it. But we are set up pretty well. I don't know what the last card in their hand is, and they can top deck into something really good. But this should be a good position. Because now they lose both their walkers and they only have the Hierarch. The commander literally does nothing without a crew. Honestly, the deck does all right. Noah Hartley does all right. Just getting like big flamply creatures out to load power on. You slow down the game enough that she matters. You gunk up the board. You make it so that way control doesn't just like hoser. It feels good. I do need to double check to make sure that I have like Boromir in here too. Boromir, maybe the Selfless Spirit, because you want to protect your big board from board wipes. So that's something that I might want to tweak this with. But I think we are officially in rope territory. Also, chat, I think I'm finally making progress on getting to that point where I can play some of our experimental decks on stream. Like our actual work in progress decks. If you haven't seen it, I went and uploaded all 17 Final Fantasy XIV commanders that you can play on Arena in Brawl. Not the reprint bonus sheet Emmett Selk. That's not Emmett Selk. That's not a Selk card. That's just Crick, and you can look up like an armload of Crick decks, right? But now, if you want a starting point for any of the Final Fantasy XIV commanders, I had them uploaded on my Mox field. In fact, on there is a command for !Mox that will pull up my... Oh, that is outdated, isn't it? Hold on, I need to double check. Is that's still good? Looks like it is. Looks like it is. That's good. Cute. Okay, I was worried that was an outdated link. But yeah, you can go ahead and you can click that link, and it'll take you to my box field, and then you can go ahead and dig through the Brawl folder to take a look at the Final Fantasy XIV folder. And once I have the Final Fantasy VIII decks done, go ahead and do the same thing there. Yeah, Ultimecia is the only one where I'm not like, you know what? Yeah, this deck is good. This deck is good, and it's settled, and I like how this is. Maybe it needs like some iteration and some improvement, but I feel like the decks at least have identities. Well, maybe not quite Squall. I think Squall needs a... It's very easy for him to feel like a range soup file. Leonardo Cutting Edge. That's a pride mate, right? I think he's a pride mate. He can get like really big really out of hand. We can ramp to try and catch up with them. And we're on the play. So go Elvish Mystic first. And then we can either go Scrap Gorger, Axe, Goose. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Potentially into Miro and Soul Stealer. Or maybe we want Renoa out so that way we can just start bashing in all cards with Soul Stealer Axe. Sigarda's a good one too. Land for turn. Yeah, let's go Ariel. I can use the Goose to pay for Tithe. And then next turn we can drop either Renoa and or Sigarda. I definitely think I want to drop Renoa. Yep, Miro's gonna eat removal. That's fine. They only have the 1 mana open, so that makes me think... Let's play Sigarda, actually. Let's play Sigarda, actually. Then, yeah, we'll eat the Get Lost. Force the Plowshares to Sigarda? Yeah, that's fine. I like Banisher Priest off the top. They've got the Ozolith there to help move counters around. Force the Plow, that would have just been aimed at... Yep, gets a counter. Banisher Priest and run. I don't mind. If they don't put Leonardo back, I just equip the Soul Stealer Axe onto the Goose and then swing and then start drawing more Mana Dorks. Yeah, I like that. Opponent had 2 pieces of removal, a card that did nothing. And why? Probably just because it's a 1/1 life leaker, right? That has to be why. Alright. That also fills out our dailies. You'll have to see that. That just like completely... Nope. Still a little bit away from our 4-packs. We're probably not going to get that until... Double checking all my players first of all. Looks like we have... Hey? Everything? Mono black control with Liliana the Veil. I will keep this. Toski has the potential to go wild here. I think I'm going to lead off on Halfling. I lead off on halfling, then he doesn't help me cast anything, but I still go Landward Elf, Curse of Silence, and then she can attack. Yes. Oh no, they're just gonna go full on Dark Rit. Okay, yeah. Yep. Yeah. Do I keep the Curse of Silence because it pitches the Solitude then? I might. Let's just go ahead and cast our Delight of Halfling. I don't anticipate this to be a pleasant experience. They have turn 1 Dark Rit into Lily. Yep. Alright, goodbye, Toski. So I guess it's not outside the possibility that they just take the Lion Sash. So that way I can't just pitch Solitude. Oh, they took the Elf, because now they can go ahead, minus Lily, and then nothing threatens her. Yes. This is going to be a very sad match where we are going to be living off the top of our deck until they establish like an overwhelming win condition. Voice of Victory. I guess it doesn't really matter. Like, we're just gonna be living off the top of our deck. That's the truth. It doesn't matter. Ah, Graveyard Trespasser. Yeah, that is, a really hard card for us to beat. And I may, in fact, just go completely hellbent to make this work. Because if I discard Toski, I can't pay for the ward. Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll do this now. Goodbye, Toski. You weren't long for this world anyway.
I'm tired of your secrets.
Bridgeworks battle is... able to eat up. They have a Mutavault in play, so that means they're gonna have a blocker next turn. Assuming that the Lion Sash even gets to live. Alakir Myers, so they are playing with some amount of creatures. For simple. Go ahead. I'm gonna go end up eating the best creature in my graveyard, so that way the opponent can't just like go eat the thing. They can also just like recast Lily next turn. Probably gonna do anyway.
Fine. I know when I'm not wanted.
Like, yeah, just give them a free Lily sack. But all of our creatures... Oh, the One Ring! That is gonna bury me alive. Like I said, we're gonna eat the best creatures out of our graveyard. Hopefully we resolve a Mother of Ruin. Is it worth reconfiguring? It might be. Because now, like, they can't play Lily and removal. If they play Lily and make me sack Mother of Runes, then the Lion Sash is still there. The reconfigure cards are really cool. Because they provide some really cool stuff to play around. For FFXIV Arena, that is also going to bear me alive. Draw extra cards with the One Ring. Guide of Souls. Don't mind that. We also have to be careful because... Attach the target creature. Because if they have a board wipe, that also, that like, first of all, that gets around Mother of Runes. Second of all, like kind of awkward. Dark Confident, yep, okay, so they do have just like really good mono black creatures to play. Tiny Bones, whenever an opponent discards a card, exile from their graveyard with a stash counter on. During your turn, you can play cards you don't. That's going to be a reason to leave the Lion Sash open, so that way we can fight through the trigger. I could play Renoa. Also, this is what, 5 mana? Yeah, I could just like start feeding it. Okay. Let's see. Each opponent discards a card, activated only as a sorcery. You know what? I'm gonna play into the Wrath. They have creatures on the board. And their One Ring and the FFVIII Arena are gonna bury us in card advantage. There's just like no question about that. You just have to pray that this works out. Oh, hey, they do a Grizzlebrand off of the Dark Confidant. That's really cool for them, because now they can play Lily, discard Grizzlebrand, reanimate Grizzlebrand. I don't get to say. Tiny Bones just gets to do the thing. Okay, yeah, so they're gonna go for a Wrath. If they go for a Wrath... guess I at least trade here. Yeah. Alternatively, if they're trying to just like call my bluff or whatever, like this is the... that's probably the half measure that gets me the least. This could just be a Wrath, at which point we still have the Lion Sash to help punch through. Okay, so yeah, this is Damnation. This is another target creature. Yeah. So now, yeah. I mean, our commander being a top end if we just like flood out is perfectly fine. Relic of Progenitus. Target player exiles a card from their graveyard. I mean... Toski is actually problematic. Is that more problematic than any of their creatures? I think it is, actually. And then just, like, leave one. Because this is what's going to turn this into a 2-turn clock. Meanwhile, they still have Lily. Honestly, yeah. Help me out here. Yep. Right now, what's going to kill them is their own draw effects. They're currently at 4 life. They lose 3 life from Arena and the One Ring. If they draw any more with the One Ring, that's it. I just have to survive, like, what, 2 more turns? God damn it. God fucking damn it. Well, nothing I can do about that. Sheoldred buys them 6 more life. I'm going to be forced to trade my Lion Sash with Sheoldred. Stealthy Voidwalker. Yep. I need, like, something amazing to hit the shoulder in response to them casting, like, tapping with the One Ring to draw. They should be doing it right now, because right now I have the ability to interact with Sholdred. And if I were to top deck into a Swords to Plowshares, okay, maybe not a Swords to Plowshares, but like a Patriarch's Humiliation. Okay, yeah, exile all graveyards. Draw a card, yep. Gain 2 life off that. I'm gonna draw. That's Fron. 2 life off that. Thrun can't beat the target of turn. Thrun isn't full. The game is not lost. Yep, the game is not lost, but Sholdred sure is making this fucking hard. 3, 4. Oh, they can just hard cast Grizzlebrand now. During my turn, that Thrun's indestructible, by the way. They can just hard cast the Grizzlebrand too. Yeah, now they can go ahead, play Lily. Make me sack the Throne. That's GG. Like I said, chat, the One Ring in the FFVIII Arena absolutely buried us in card advantage. Shoulder, though, this is just not a fair card. We're still waiting on Fron before we kick things off, but it's all good. What's the current background track? This is Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Specifically, this is Gourmand, one of the early islands in the game. Xenagod. Okay, we have Mana Dork, Spider-Man for protection, Skrelv? Maybe? You get to go first. Probably Grazer because that drops our Groves into play. Very familiar. Just one of those, I know this, but I can't place the things. Yeah. It's just like, it's just nice and high fantasy, ain't it? Bird of Paradise. We have Skyclave Apparition. Is that worth dropping now? We don't have the double white to play it. If I name Spirit with this, I can't use it to cast anything else. I think I just have to be disciplined and name Human here. So then with our 3 mana... Halfling... Skrelv... Streaming all of Xenosaga and Xenoblade for the past year. Woof! Woof! Also, like, how is that? I've never played anything besides Xenoblade 2. So, like, I know of Shulk. Xenosaga is so good. That's good. That is good. We've got, like, Sigarda right here. Sigarda right here is really cool. Don't have Renoa. We have Skrelv open. Still can't play Skyclave Apparition. Yeah, so there's Sigarda, past turn. I actually don't know anything about Xenoblade beyond Xenoblade 2. And everything I know about Xenoblade 2 is because I got into Xenoblade 2 playing Smash. Like, Pyra and Mithra were introduced in Smash DLC. I found out that they were Plural Girl sword spirits, and I was like, yes, that. Give me the Stance Fighter. Give me the Stance Fighter. And then I found out a little bit about Xenoblade 3. Yeah, like I know that. I think it's a twist in 3. Won't say it on stream, but like it's one of those. You know, this is why we see Shulk and Rex in some of the DLC. Xenoblade 2 DLC is also peak. Oh, I've heard that. I have absolutely heard that. Heck. Whiff on Hugh. Then I need to make land drops. We will just play Spider-Man next turn. I've heard that Xenoblade 3 is really good. I'm not going to play until after I've played Xenoblade 1. But wouldn't it be funny if I did? If, like, I just skipped 1 completely? Even then, that's not going to be for, like, a long-ass time. Ooh, Railway Brawler is really heckin' good. 3... I could just trade that with Spider-Man. That might be what I do. Oh, wait, hold on. Spider-Man would be a 3... 4-3? Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it. Pass the blockers right here. So that way they can't riot. There we go. You're a little late to the party. And now I can't even hit the brawler here. Okay. Let's go ahead and attack with Cigar just as... Oh, wait, shit! I forgot that the brawler has fucking... Yeah. That was almost borked to hell. Xenoblade 1 very good, but dangerously close to but you came dangerously close to crying while streaming when you finished Xenosaga. If that's an experience you're looking for, you got 150 hours to burn. Can't recommend it enough. That's pretty spicy, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know that I can swing that, but you know, it's on the bucket list. Ooh, that's... Other creatures you control get +2/+2 and gain vigilance advance until end of turn. Damage can't be prevented this turn. Okay, then. Alright, then. Let's just go bloop bloop. Renault and Sigard are going to team up here. That's a miss. And then, do I need to use Squall again? I think I do. I think I need to go tap if I can't be blocked by green. Because this is lethal, by the way. Or at least it almost lethal. This thing is just like 14. So that gets doubled to 28. I throw Grazer, Halfling, Dog, and Bird in the way. Maybe, hopefully. Hopefully they don't just like have another, you know, haymaker to break our board. Okay, there's a Narcomancer. Demonic Revelation. Puts him to 7. That's not good enough. We just win, right? Yeah, I think we just win now. Yes. Yes. Alright, go combat. Bloop, bloop. And you know what? Bloop. For the good measure. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I love it when besties are forever. Oh, hey, speaking of Xenoblade. Actually, you know who's a really big fan of the Xenoblade series? Curia. Curia, who's in V Chronicle. Like, when I was playing through Xenoblade 2, I was talking to her non-stop about everything. She was the one who convinced me to actually play through Tiger to get Poppy's final form. And like, I really, really, really didn't want to play Tiger, but I did it for her. I did it because Poppy is adorable and sweet. Love her. I can actually switch over to Squall now. What's in the Squall deck? Bauble, Amber, Authority, Curse, Giver, Mother, Skrelv. Cool swords with the double strike. Fear Ridicule's pretty good here. Father Diviner also cool. Grief, Solitude, Boggart, Grand Abolisher. When we get back to playing Final Fantasy XIV together, I will absolutely be playing more of the Final Fantasy XIV commanders. If there's nothing else, the Final Fantasy XIV commanders have a lot more options. Chat, I've been realizing that I need to be able to stream the creative deck building. Because one, just playing the decks that I know and understand are good, it's a jolly good time. It's a very good, jolly good time that I know I won't get frustrated as often with. But like, nothing lights the curiosity on fire quite like just having a new deck idea and trying to figure it out. Leon of the Dark, Artway, Captain, Thieves Tool makes treasure. Thought about doing that in Paper Commander. Oh, if you're doing it in Paper Commander, are you thinking about doing it with just the... Oh, I guess I could pitch the Thieves Tool. Are you thinking about doing it with all of the legends? Or just the... the made for commanders? Because there's already like 17 of these fuckers on Arena. So then you have the rest of the commanders that came in the 14 deck. Oh, just the stuff you actually want to build? Yeah, that's fine. Let's see. Let's go Caves of Coilus. And I will just play out Grief. There's definitely some really cool ideas that you can do with the Final Fantasy XIV commanders. Okay, so yeah, we get to eat their Heartless Act, and we get to take a card. Toxic Deluge. The Darkness Crystal might be the biggest one here. Toxic Deluge we can try and force out. Outrageous Robbery. Target opponent exiles top X cards of library face down. You can look at and play those cards as long as they remain exiled. That draws a lot eventually. Blood on the Snow is our wrath. I think I want to take the Darkness Crystal. Just so that way they can't start playing a ton of stuff together. Okay, yeah, so they'll go ahead. They'll go into Dark Writ. Drop Lily now. Yep. Had an old OG Ashland burn deck that needs to be rebuilt. OG Ashland the Pilgrim, like actual factual oh, I could actually -3 give me a sec. I need to like puzzle through Heroes Arrow. If I do Ranger Captain, I get to grab a 1-drop. Then I can use him to set up. I can also just grab Mother of Runes. Mother of Runes is a mandatory minus. Yeah, that's -3. Otherwise, she's fine. Mother of Rune. Otherwise, it's Sprelv, Zac. Yeah, I think I grab him. Also gonna set that up. Next, end the turn. This is an instant, so they could exile the top card of my deck if they really wanted to. I don't think that's what they should be doing, though. Oh, they just have March of the Wretched Sorrows. Okay. Oh, we didn't know. You don't know what you don't know. Let's see, you're exiled. Ooh, Skyclef Apparition. And then they're not going to get a token when Apparition dies. That's pretty great. If I draw one more land, I can play Squall. And then just, like, get back Mother of Runes and Ranger Captain. That's pretty great. I love that. Ashland and 99 Mountain. It was always a real deck, never that 99 meme shit. Ah, come on. Come on. We love 99 meme shit. I don't have anything left. And then, yeah, I'll go ahead and suit up the Esper Sentinel. We do this, so that way they don't even have the option. We just draw. They could Wrath them. They could absolutely. Buster Sword's not a bad draw. They do just have the blood. I guess the Ranger Captain helps out with that. Curse of Silent. Play Squall naked. If I play Squall naked, not connecting ever. Dark Realms. Let's play Dark Realms. We'll just go ahead and keep playing Buster Sword because they don't have any way to really interact with equipment. So, like, I used to be part of a podcast. I took over the podcast that perpetuated the meme of the mountains. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and use this to grab a basic swamp. And let's see if we get away with it. See if we get away with murder. Probably not, but gotta try. They can't beat the top of the deck. Okay, yeah. That's currently 5, 6, 8. Chamil? Yeah, that's a good one. I think it just search the deck for anything. If I draw Tark Ritual, I'm feeling really good about my life. But, why are all these mono black decks, like, better than mine? Riddle me that, Batman. Also, they just have, like, have a bunch of snow. This is from your graveyard. They have Sholdred. I could fell you at the end of that would let me. If I play Squall, right? If I play Squall, they can just Wrath or even play Lily. So I'm gonna wait until after the Chamil resolves to play my Felia. And then that's gonna force. Okay, yeah. That's an instant, so like I don't know why you want to do that here. Alright. And they hit the damnation! Yep. Pass turn, I guess. This is not a pleasant experience, chat. Also, Fron's taking a while. I'm
Every death is an opportunity to increase my I've decided it.
Fron might have just been like passed out. He got some. I think he got some con crud. Okay. I forgot. As long as it's legendary has trample and haste. I think at this point I'm gonna pick it up. Jamil is just like worse than a FFVIII Arena in this state. Jamil actually just takes over the game because it also casts this. Okay, looks like Fron is still sick. He's perfectly willing to come on, but like, what kind of friend would I be if I forced my buddy to come on? Petramos? How do I feel like Petramos? Petramos just like hard control all the time, forever. I can play Grief. If any deck was going to be able to deal with Petramos, it might be Squall, because we have enough exile effects. You ever get the grit? No, Stormier doesn't do anything. You have a dark grit. Is here. I'm gonna tell Fron that I love him. Brief on turn 2. Alright. I don't think we're gonna win, but the hand is respectable. I'll lead off on a Delta, so that way we can go survey. Relic of Progenitus off the... Yeah, I'll take a Witch. It might even be appropriate to go Witch Enchanter, get rid of the relic, since that's one of their engine pieces. Am I crazy? I don't think I am. No, I don't think that's crazy at all. Could it not be ending stream? No, I'm not gonna end stream, buddy. Just because I'm forcing you to take the night off doesn't mean I'm gonna be ending stream. I am gonna go ahead and pitch this Uri to go ahead and take their hand. Good, because you're about to be there. Hover Ship, Ephemerate, Flicker of Fate, Path of Exile. You see what I mean? See? It's all just top end shit. I'll take the Hover Ship. The Ephemerate's like a draw 2. Draw 2 for 1 mana. I definitely don't take the Path. That ramps me back out. Let's take the Hover Ship. Like, I want to take that Ephemerate, but... it doesn't do anything until Ketramos is out. Fron, if you call, I'm not gonna pick up. I'm telling you that right now. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and exploit the Canter. A couple cards. Front. if you want, you can just hang out and chat. You need to get better, bud. You gotta get better. I don't care, Rebirth. It's like dead. I think it is. It might just be. So they have the Ephemerate, they have the Flicker of Fate, and the Path of Exile. The Path of Exile draws them a card. I want to play the Squall. I've got the Boromir. The Boromir doesn't do anything. Boromir does counter the Ephemerate, though. I did. Oh, I think I was supposed to do that as much. I can play Squall, double Felsteiner. They have 2 white sources next turn guaranteed. So if I play Squall now, then they can exile Squall, but they're using it to get rid of a card that I can replay. You'll get better when you're dead. Fron, we gotta have a talk. You would not let me get away with this, Fron. You literally would not. They have to Ephemerate on their turn if they want to actually draw with Ketramos. That's the funny thing. Now that Rebirth also just like does not let me play Squall next turn, but fine, I guess. Oh, hey, Cavernous. Yes, actually. Go with... Here's Boromir. Frons at the doctor. Will I get better? Yes, but I don't let a lot of people get away with the things I know I can do. Yeah, well, too bad. Doesn't work that way. Doesn't get to work that way. Kaya can exile Rel. No, they're gonna exile the Felsteiner. But now I just get to, like, isolate a Chapel. Here's Squall. Go to combat. Why care about Kaya? I don't think I do. I think I just want to keep pushing damage, right? Because now they're 3 and they need life gain in order to make this work. I'm fine with just, like, continuing to play. Continuing to play Magic on Friday. Friday nights. Friday Night Magic, in fact. Honestly, this isn't bad. I got because of that turn. Flicker of Fate, huh? Another target creature. Alright. I mean... I'm gonna go ahead and do this on Squall. Because Squall actually has way more value being just like a double strike enabler than he does... Huh. They're at 1 life. I've kind of never really thought about, like, how much they have to be able to... How much life they have to loot in order to make this work. Huh! I don't know that I've ever beaten a Ketramos deck without having to resort to either Hyper Aggro or... Let's see. Hyper Aggro, Hard Control, or Geist of Saint Draft. The important thing, Fron, is that I want you to know that I love you, I care about you. If I was there, I would be feeding you some broccoli cheddar. Broccoli cheddar or, like, you know, whatever your flavor of soup happens to be. And we could do what I do for my wife. We can hang out and just watch Pokemon. We can watch the entirety of the Indigo League. You know, classic stuff. I guess that means I have to like change the settings. Yeah. Final Fantasy VIII. Gathering Arena. There we go. Save those. I'll go back and I'll thumbnails. Now the important thing is that we just get to do stuff. Lamb Storm Crane Elder. This thing can run wild if you let it. Sword to Plush is going to be huge for us. Necromancy might help out. Buster Sword. I don't think I like this hand. I don't know that I like this hand. There's not a lot of protection if Squall gets exiled. We have like cards that help us draw, and then like just the one piece of removal. I'm going to throw this back. This hand I think is a little bit better. Razorcrash Ambush. Feel about that. Normally I would hold on to that for removal. Why did it? I thought I clicked. Don't. Okie dokie. That's just 3 life that's gone forever now, I guess. I could play Cloud. Why would I play Cloud? I want to play this Lion Sash so that way I can exploit it and draw off of the Felstinger and then hold up the Flare Malice. That is the chain of events that I want to go through here. Cat Scout. Punk. Okay, yeah. That is legitimate. Lion Sash trade with the Sky Knight Squire? I mean, I'll offer it. If it happens, I'll just trade with the Felstinger, I guess. Never punished. You know, Diamond and Pearl episodes are already classic because they're old enough to have a remake of the game. I choose not to believe that. I choose not to believe that. I don't need to do anything else. This is a nice suite of removal. That's what this is what we're gonna need to beat plan. Yep. Now I could Flare Malice. Mana Tithe is something I actually want to play around here. Prasad helps out. Prasad helps out quite a bit, actually. This means that I need to play this untapped. Gotta play around that Mana Tithe, folks. If you see Mono White, play around Mana Tithe. I promise you, this format is fast enough that if you play aggressive creature decks like this, then they just fucking get ya. Fight as one. Sure. Yep. Yep. Okay, so they do have a way to get it back out. They're tapped out now. Indestructible, so the Felstinger can block. I'm going to go ahead and cash this Stinger in now. This gets rid of the Monastery Mentor. It means that Lamb has to, like, work all over again, and they can't just, like, rely on the one Mentor. Okay, so yeah, they did have Get Lost for Lamb. That's what I was hoping they didn't have, but it was pretty well telegraphed. Conjure a duplicate into your hand. Yep. So now they can go ahead and make another Mentor. That's bad news, bears. That's very bad news, bears. And they're just gonna keep looping that forever. Okay. Player of Fortitude means that my life total can't change. That's pretty big for me. This is... I'd rather have to deal with the tokens than non-stop mentors that make more tokens. I also just don't have a lot. This pretty much means I'm going to need Squall to help me out here. I have a Lion Sash and a Rasad. Items Awakening for 6. No, for 3. Yeah, X equals 3. Let's get back Rasad. We exile the Lamb. But I can't do that because I don't have the mana for it yet. I'm gonna have to get lost the Lamb, that's for sure. So if I... Well, I don't get to do that. It's absolutely play Cloud here. And then we really need to grab, like... I don't think we have... Yeah. Have to grab... Not the blood. Shadow Spear? Might be Shadow Spear. Because this is the only equipment I can deploy while keeping... And then also the Get Lost. That's gonna fucking die, by the way. Like, there's just no... there's no getting around that. This just means that either they get to keep going with their room cards or they can play Lamb, but they can't do both. Yep, that's fine by me. Yep. I'm not running any board wipes. I might have like a massacre, but that would be an exception to the rule. I'll see what my next draw step does, but I would have to like literally hit a Thoughtseize just to like get rid of this fucking thing. And then never mind the fact that they can just like unlock the other halves and give all their teams all the power forever. Yeah, Swords, you're just too little too late. GG. Woof. I really... The turning point there was preemptively taking the flare, even though I knew that they were telegraphing removal to get rid of the bod. The issue is that if they wait until... Try and do it. Like if I wait until their turn, there's the chance that everything just like goes nuts. Narset part of the Veil, so this is going to be mono blue with a bunch of Time Twister effects. That's not good. I don't like that. Not a single bit. I also don't like that this is... Heroes. Twilight Diviner's cool. What forces through? No, I want to find a Thoughtseize or something to start with. Nowhere to run, Solitude, Bitter Triumph. Try again. The rest to start with. Wife is good, Gravliner good, Soul Stealer Axe. I don't want to waste mana trying to like recoup that over and over again just to have it bounced. Yes. The power of the mulligan, kids. Consult the Stars is an amazing draw card. Ironcrag, Gravenlord, this is Tempo. Take the big draw effect. Now we know that they have like no counter magic in their opening hand, so we can go Gravliner next into Pray that we hit more land. I'll pay 3 mana. I'll pay 3 life. Yep. Even. Funny enough, this already has like Death Touch and Lifelink. It just has like perpetual Death Touch Lifelink. And now they have Blink of an Eye, which they can play a land. They can bounce my card. They're gonna wait until my turn to do it though. At which point we have a Demi to not. I guess they could do it during, but yeah, let's just go ahead and go punchies. Yeah, we're gonna mill 2 cards, and we do get Boromir back. That's pretty great. Now I've got a couple of options. I could either hold Spider-Man here, or Blink of an Eye, potentially Time Walk. They would have to choose between the Goyf or Squall. They can't counter Squall. This basically means that they just like have things that they can do. And now Squall just perpetually gets Lifelink and Death Touch. Yeah, we can go ahead and put it back into the hand. And I did that pre-combat, so that way I can't just like play Squall, attack it with the Goyf. They bounce the Goyf, I don't deal damage or potentially draw a card here. We also have to be careful because they do have Ravenlore, and this is going to be a Scry X. X is the amount of snow mana spent. Oh, so that's going to be just a good clean 4 mana. Now I am absolutely going to do this, though. And we're going to, like, pilot this Gravliner like us. And they can bounce the Goyf. Yep. Bounce the Goyf, take a draw. That's fine by me. So we get to keep the tempo on that. It's bad that they can counter the Goyf now, but c'est la vie, I guess. Basically, this is a big-ass spell that we don't want them casting. Where did Sacrum? Okay. Alright, so we got a couple of options here. What I'm going to do is cast this Goyf. Cast a Cursed Marauder. They counter this. They can bounce the Goyf. Do I actually sack the Goyf? I think I do. This is gonna be... Nah. If they decide to bounce the Goyf, they can bounce the Goyf. And I'm gonna go ahead and attack him with everything. I'm not gonna try and get greedy with Squall. They can bounce Squall. I would just get like what? Okay, yeah, that's just gonna bounce Squall back to my hand. I've got Marauder available. I've got Bobble. Bobble is like the real moneymaker here. Alright, so there's Narset. Did they find any other time twizzers, or are they just going to... And a Time Warp! That's... Yep. That's a really good hit. That's really good. Yep. And they get Induced Amnesia. Target player exiles all cards from their hand, then draws that many. Put into a gripper from play, return the exiled cards to the... that's it. And they have Kefnet. Reveal the first card you draw each turn. Whenever you reveal an instant or sorcery card this way, copy that card and you may cast the copy. Okay. When this is not flash. That is very, very, very important. What it means, sack a non-land permanent. That's sack a non-land permanent. Think about this for a second. Okay, apparently I don't have a second to think about this. I can go Red of Oblivion, trade the Gravliner, or borrow Goyf. Attack with the Goyf. I think that's what I want to do. But I definitely want the Rite of Oblivion out. So let's go ahead. We'll exile that. We'll get rid of the Graphliner. That exiles Kefnet for temporarily. And then... Am I attacking Narset? I think I am. Attacking Narset. They go ahead, they protect. Oh, just actual factual Aetherize. Yeah, that would work. Well, fuck me. Alright, the Induced Amnesia at least. Target player cards and the door still there. Then draw 3 cards. What do I want to do? I can play board. Use them from casting free spells. Probably a Demi. I can also just like drop the Goyf again. I think it's just drop the Goyf again. And the important thing is that Rite of Oblivion in graveyard. Ah, fucking Flow of Knowledge. Okay, sure, yeah. Yep, that is an amazing card to pull. Yep. And then Squall can go to... Unable to scream. Hard evidence. Make crab. I mean... That's why we wanted it in our graveyard. Wait, what? Did I not read this card? Put it into the graveyard from the battlefield. Gotcha. Okay. I really need to read cards. Chat, I can't read. I can't read. I'm 35 years old and I can't read. This is why we need to invest into the American education system. This is why we need to fight budget cuts to the Department of Education. This is why we need to read with our children from a young age in order to encourage a love of reading and togetherness between parent and child. This is why we need to make sure that we go over our contracts word for word and read it all out loud before we sign lease deals, before we take out loans and contracts. Duress this hand in this economy? Don't mind that. Alright, so we're up against Raph and Mikey troublemakers. I've been seeing a lot of griping about this deck online, but like, you know, at least in my experience, this deck has been a lot easier to handle than literally most other things, like a Johnny. We're gonna crack this for a swamp to start. And then I am going to arrest the shit out of them. Okay, so Utopia Sprawl, Signet, Open the Way with a Vorinclex and a Cityscape Lover after that. They have a forest already, so it's probably the Sprawl. And then I can blow up the Signet here in a second. Am I, like, playing Witch Enchanter next turn? I'm gonna use this bauble to help inform my decision. What are you gonna draw? Courtyard? Oh, gotcha. Ah, the next isn't 6-drop. I think I'm good to go ahead and just, like, play Squall now, so that way I can get the bauble back immediately. And then we're gonna Witch Enchanter the hell out of that Signet before they get a chance to even, like, do anything real with it. They get 4 mana on the next turn. So here's gonna be a neat little trick for you, chat. Bop. Go ahead, get back this bauble, crack it. I'm gonna be casting the Witch Enchanter next turn, kind of regardless. So I don't really need to bring it back a land out. Actually, no. I'm just gonna do it on their turn. Treasure map is cool. That gets them something. The Open the Way. Reveal cards with opportunity to reveal 2. Okay, yeah, I guess that lets them play Vorinclex next turn. Oh, but they need... Oh, they don't. Yeah, we're just gonna fucking bomb the shit out of their... Ignore the fact that I said bomb, first of all. But we are gonna take out that Signet. Yep. Because that's what's gonna let them cast drop next turn. And they're done. Easy money. Easy money. So, like, here's the quintessence between the Raph and Mikey deck, right? In order to maximize on hitting only good creatures, they don't put any of the smaller mana dorks into the deck. Normally, that's not an issue for them. But it does mean that they are really soft to early aggro, right? They don't have any chump blockers, and you can just save all of your removal for Raph and Mikey. Technically, Vorinclex comes down a turn sooner. Whatever, we don't care about him. We can race him, no problem. Meanwhile, they play Raph and Mikey, and this is an attack trigger. This is whenever Raph and Mikey attack. Just kill it and remove it from the board. Like, it doesn't matter that it has haste, right? As long as you kill it before they have a chance to get it down. And then because we're playing black and white, we can get rid of all of their ramp preemptively. And they can't do nothing. They were at 17 life. They're about to take 8. They go down to 9. And they can't do anything but play a treasure map because we know exactly what's in their hand and what they've drawn. I think there was exactly one time no, it's like 1 or 2 times that a Raph and Mikey deck actually got me. And those were matchups where I either was not playing creature removal or I just could not find the creature removal I needed after an aggressive mulligan. They might get the revenge here. Like, I might just get smacked on stream for talking so much shit. Bati's in the Deep Cavern Bat with Rasad. This is not a good way. This is not a good hand in terms of, like, keeping them from getting going. But it does slow them down a lot. Which is why I'm going to keep this. And hopefully we can just, like, find removal. Oh, that's interesting. They have Bolt, Mindstone, Coalition Relic. I forgot that the Rasad doesn't a whole lot. But the Terror of the Mount Veil is being in their hand. Take the Mind Stone so that... And it's like, they have a Lightning Bolt. I want to be able to hit their... They have Coalition coming up. They get to cast Coalition kind of regardless. If I cast Zac now, they still get to cast the Coalition. Okay. This hand was a little worse on the draw than I really. All right. I'll just use that to take a peek at their hand, I guess. And then Sweltering Suns. See, I appreciate what this deck is doing, or at least what this hand represents. This hand represents an understanding of your weak point of the deck and a lot of tools to fight that. So, you know what? Respect. Respect. They could scour it now. Twilight Diviner. I can play Zac. You are exile target creature. Can't do anything about the Coalition Relic. I can play Zac. I can also have it. Yeah, well, at least now they can't get rid of this bat. I might crack the Fletish Ram for a Shock Lance if I can get a Demi down. You trying to like push? If I don't draw removal soon, I will be in trouble. Oh wait, this is not. Oh, this is the Coalition Relic. This isn't what I thought it was. Ah, okay. For some reason, I thought this was Relic of Legends. I didn't realize we had Coalition Relic online. Probably I'd go for a Surveil Land. Maybe that's actually just more important. Maybe it's a definitely need to prioritize grabbing Bull. I'll even throw away the Gravliner. That's going to be the case. That Sweltering Suns is... They can just like keep charging up the Coalition Relic and get free mana off that. They're holding priority because this has cycling. Demi on the next turn. If Demi on the next turn, I want to keep up Squall. Or rather, I want to keep up Zac before I play out Squall. Pyroclasm. Pyroclasm. Yep. Here's a Demi. Let's go ahead and Spider-Man our way through this. Excellent. Excellent. Okay. Here's a bobble. Nothing. What's a bobble with you? Alright. Look to see what we can. They missed a land drop, actually. We're in a good position right now. Oh, Arch. Yeah. They're gonna be pushed. Wall is way too big to fall to the sun, at least. Witch Enchanter. Huge. Huge. Absolutely huge. That's worth like 2 mana. I don't just want to give him the bolt for free. Now, if they use the Sweltering Sun and another one and they can get rid of Squall, that's problematic. Okay, they're just going to go ahead and cycle it. Gotcha. They've realized that they probably don't want to spend too much time messing. Iron Crown. Okay. Fatal Push. How are we feeling about it? Think... I'm gonna do this main phase, even though I probably shouldn't be. Combat, go. First thing that we get back Spider-Man. Next thing that we get back. How about the grab? Do I need draw? I might need draw. The 4, 5. They can't do anything just yet. Yeah, I think I want draw power. What are you drawing? Encroaching Dragonstorm? Okay, yeah, shit. That's bad for us. Because that means that they're going to be able to cast Wrath and Mikey next turn, guaranteed. This Hero's Heirloom does, like, significantly suck at least. Alakar's Rebirth, also pretty good. It's just like 5, 8, 10, put him to 4. That might be it. It might be where we're at right now. Yeah, so let's go ahead and... My general thought was either we go ahead and we smack him to 4, or what we do is just suit up Squall and then try and draw into more. We're kind of lacking for options here. Maybe I was supposed to leave the tower up. Yeah, maybe I was actually supposed to leave the tower up. Because I'm only going to have 1 mana open if I do this, but then I have white mana guaranteed. I don't know. I think that was an early concession from our opponent. I'm not sure what else they have. Tower of the Mount Velis would be just like one of the biggest hits that they could hit off, but they don't have that. Because this gives double strike, so that's like 10, 14, that's 24. Yeah, I guess the Deep Cavern bet actually like saves our ass in that case, right? Yeah. Alright, we still got there though. Our opponent could not draw lands. But I like that it looked like that they were being thoughtful of their early game. We're just gonna be playing just a couple of hours. So like, hey, you're hanging out on Final Fantasy Friday, then like, hey, welcome in. My name's Hero Girl. I'm your friendly local neighborhood hero tuber. And I'm also a professional idea haver. Bristly. I don't have additional color to make. Exploration. Exploration, good card. Rounds keep. Okay. Hey, it's another color source. So then, am I playing Squall first? If I play Squall first, Buster Sword becomes real. I can also like run Zac out, play the Buster Sword, give Zac the Buster Sword. Then he's a 1/2. Becomes a 4/4. A 4/4 that beats in. Not crazy. Normally I would just like jam Squall, right? Because then Squall can attack in. Double strike, kind of with impunity. And then with the Buster Sword and the Soul Steel Axe. That feels pretty good. I'm gonna see. I want to play the Giver of Runes first. Give Zac his sword. They're gonna block with the... They're not gonna block? That is insanity to me. Ooh, the Felsteiner would be a redraw. I think it's better to just take the Soul Stealer Axe. Because now... Don't see Laguna. I mean, that Squall look like a Final Fantasy fighter to me. Don't see Laguna though. It's true. It's true. We got Laguna in the Matoya deck though. They can play Bill. Emergencies. And Scoos. Scoos is decent against Squall, yeah. Okay. That's a lot of power. The Gravliner. I am going to shoot Zach up. They're tapped out of mana, right? Yeah, they're tapped out of mana. I really need to hit another land for next turn. That doesn't quite do what I think you want it to do, friend. Because, like, that axe gives my Zach trample. So, yeah, I get a 3-drop. That's pretty great. And the Mox Amber. Okay. I can drop the Recruiter, Tutor. I've got a 2-drop with the Mox Amber. Lucky, thank you so much for the Hydrate redeem. Yeah. We can grab not Solitude. There is Grieve? I don't... Oh, wait. I can just grab the Boggart Trawler. Yeah, I can just grab the Boggart Trawler. And use that as a land drop. Perfect. Which taps for white currently. I could even just like Fell Steiner and draw more cards, actually. Yeah, I think I like that a lot better. Trade in this Recruit, draw extra cards. Trade with like any big creature they try and run out. And like, yeah, they can Scavenging Ooze and eat my Recruiter. I don't... Guideclave Apparition? Ooch. I can even just like Rogue's Passage Zach now. They've got land in hand to turn Incubation Druid into an Exile 3. Nah, Scoos is... Yeah, they're gonna sack the land. Bristly Bill's gonna do Bristly Bill stuff. Yep. They put the counter on Bill, not the Incubation Druid? Why? I mean, I guess the Recruiter is still there. Yeah, I don't... It's hard for me to comment on Bristly Bill getting all the counters there. I would think that you want to put at least one on the Druid just to, like, turbocharge it. And then the Scoos can just, like, start eating things out of your graveyard, too, if you really need to. But Zach and the Buster Sword ended up carrying this. I don't know why they didn't take the first block. I don't think the Groundskeeper's that important, right? And it just keeps me from getting a free spell really super early on when I've already, like, turboed my way into setting up. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. Although, just to, like, you know, as a thought experiment, let's say I play Squall this turn. I've got 1 mana open, I've got Giver of Runes here. Zach attacks in, gets double strike. They have Bristly Bill, Scoos, Safekeeper. I can kill Bill? I guess? And then the Scoos trades with Zach, forcing me to use the Giver of Runes to give Zach pro green. But then I get to eat the Scoos too, because they have 2 mana. Whereas if they put a counter on the Incubation Druid... Oh, it has to be like a creature card, exactly. doesn't it? Okay, so they have 2 creature cards in the graveyard. Yeah, that still works. So then I guess it doesn't really matter if they don't. But what they could do is Bill could go to the graveyard, and then they could actually feed that to the Scoos, and that would make the Scoos a 5/5, which means that it survives, which means I would actually have to kill the Scoos first. Yeah, I would have to kill the Scoos first. Weird. I guess either way, the Giver of Runes just like punches. Like, you know, even as a thought experiment, it doesn't actually matter. Man, I'm like so close to getting that pack, but I've just like burned through all of my bonus XP. Hold on. Is there anything that's like really cool coming out in Strixhaven that I would want to put in Squall? I think so. There's a few different cards that come into play prepared, and they just have spells stapled to them. That seems really good. Baja, Jaws of the Conclave. Okay. This is gonna be a tough one. If I can just like shoot all their elves, that slows Vaja down enough that I can but that hand's not gonna do it. This might do it. It keeps Vaja from coming down for a turn, and we have Bloodchief's Thirst. Yeah, I think that works. I just have a Daga. This one is a 1 mana that you can use to cycle. Recycle effect. I haven't been too impressed with it in this deck. It's a lot better in Vanilla. Is Malakir Rebirth gonna matter? I don't think it. They are gonna lead off on an elf though, so that's a shot for us. I'll play the Rebirth next, I guess. Yep, that is still okay. Change of plan. Play the Gravliner next. This means that we can at least trade with Vaja. Vaja's. Incubation Druid. That's 5 mana, all right. You can make Vaja cost more. Arwen, Mortal Queen, Chomping Changeling. Chomping Changeling just blows up the Gravnir. Arwen Mortal Queen is a problem. She enters with an indestructible counter, and then she like cashes that counter in to turn another creature indestructible until end of turn. Which means that there's actually just no way to change a Death Toucher to Vaja. So I think that means we're going to have to use the Malakir. We're going to need to use this Malakir Rebirth for sure, for sure. The important thing is that the Annoy Peacekeeper is here, and that we can use this Rebirth to keep it in play. This is return up to 1 target creature you control. Walker, yep, that lets them play elves off the top. Changeling, yep, that blows up my Gravliner. Forgot about that. Solitude is huge. Yeah, that is actually huge for us. Because now... Della Rebirth. They don't play Rebirth. They don't play Vaja. We can actually pitch Candela with Solitude. And then they're just going to take this. They don't have any reason. I need to make sure I have 3 mana open for Vaja. Vaja's not going to do it. Yep. Spell the Profane works eventually. Works eventually. Would need 7 mana to make that work. Currently at 4, 5. I can go this. So that way, and they can't recast Vaja. Yeah, is there any reason for me to guard the shrine? I think we're just gonna go Anointed Peacekeeper attack. Because they just like, they can't block it, right? I guess technically I could have attacked with Squall, gotten some stuff back, and give back the Gravliner. That. No, gonna untap, upkeep. Go ahead and pitch Candela. Oh, wait, hold on. I just thought of a cool trick. Yeah, we can go ahead and do this shit. Resolve. K. Exile. And then... Yeah. Hold on. Is it 2-2? Just a 2-2. We don't care about it. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Now we get to exile something else. Let's exile that Realm Walker so that way they don't get to just like draw cards. Alright, yep. So Arwen is out. Arwen is indestructible for pretty much ever. So now we're at a point where we just want to attack with everything, I guess. Yeah. Give me that mission bottle. Show me what you're going to be drawing over there. Bump to the bump to the bumble. Bump to the bump to the bump to the bump. Bump to the bump to the bumble. Bump to the bump to the base. Bump to the bump to the base. Bump to the bump to the bump to the base. Bump to the base. Yeah, okay. So what I'm thinking is we can go ahead and attack with Squall and Peacekeeper. What does that do? Arwen potentially like double teams with Changeling or with the cow. If they do that onto the Peacekeeper, then you never attack with just one creature because then Arwen blocks it forever. What do we do? What do we do in this scenario? Like, they scooped up, but, like, I'm not sure why, because they actually have, like, a good defensive position thanks to Arwen. Like, we can go ahead and we can attack in. We attack with everything. If they try to trade with the Peacekeeper, then... I guess we kill the other thing. 3, 4, 5, 6. They can cast Vaja on the next turn. That's bad. That's very, very bad. Squall can be chumped. Solitude attacking in only matters if they block it with Arwen. So if we're going to attack with multiple creatures, we have to commit with attacking Solitude first. Because if they go Arwen block the Solitude to eat it, then it can't use Druid of the Cow or Chomping Changeling to kill either of these, but they can be used as chumps. So the Changeling probably goes away. They probably take another 3 off the Peacekeeper, whatever. If they try and use like Druid and Chompling to double team on the Solitude, Solitude can go ahead and eat Druid of the Cow, whatever. But then Arwen can't kill either of these. And they have at least one creature that they would still have to double block with. Meanwhile, we've got this Fel the Profane to kill... theoretically another card, but then that forces them to either like use their indestructible to save one of those other creatures or not. Like they go double block here. Arwen blocks Wall. Fel the Profane, kill this. They pop the indestructible, then they lose indestructible on Arwen forever. And like, sure, we lose Solitude, but then we still eat one of their other creatures. Arwen is no longer immortal, so we can like continue to defeat them with Squall, then whittle them down to atrophy. I am just as guilty as some of these other players of scooping early, but I'm trying really hard not to. That's okay. Oh, chat, that reminds me. So that's not going to be part of the oh my god, I completely forgot. I was supposed to be playing the belated birthday bonanza for next week. Because my birthday was last week, but this week we're busy. Hellish Norn, mother of machines. Ah. Anyway, to finish my thought, I'm supposed to be planning the birthday bonanza for next week. Want to try and stream some extra stuff to celebrate birthday. I'll pay for birthday. I don't know if that works anymore. Find out. Hellish Norn, mother of machine. You know what this card does? The card says "fuck you." It doubles their triggers. It nullifies all of yours. Completely torpor orbed. A lot of decks in Brawl, or just like Magic, period, are built around like getting value out of creatures that come to play. So we need hard removal to deal with Hellish Norn. This hand, the opponent gets to go first. I can go Vista into Shadow Sphere, sure, and then drop a freebooter to try and like take out their removal. I need to hold on to this Bloodsheet's Thirst to deal with it. That doesn't do a whole lot. And feels a little anemic for my taste. Prasad doesn't do anything. Solitude doesn't do anything. Playcrafter. Player of Malice, however. This is a much slower hand. But we have our third land. I'm gonna believe. I'm gonna try and believe. Fabled Passage. We're just gonna lead off on Backstreet. Backstreet's back. Alright. Having the Rogue's Passage here with our 5th land guarantee that Squall is going to be able to attack in. Let's figure it out. Plains. Cold Steel Heart. Can't do anything about that. Just draw go. Prasad only hits creatures, so we can't stop the Cold Steel Heart. Party Idol, yep. They're dropping a lot of ramp. I can drop the Playcrafter. That would force them to discard a card. I think I'm fine with that, actually. Play the Playcrafter, discard a card. They've already dropped a ton of ramps, so they probably only have, like, Spell Gas. Yeah, we got rid of their Glass Casket. Now, the problem here is that they have so much mana that getting rid of Hellish Norn once is not going to cut it. We need to get rid of her, like, a second time. We need to get rid of her before they try and, like, get... Oh, that's a Cage Sun. Shit. Let's see. Whenever it lands, but it causes you to add 1 of our mana. Well... Literally, none of these are good enough at that. So, I guess they could play Hellish Norn first, but there's no reason for them to... Oh my god. Yep, so now they get double effects. Playcrafter doesn't do anything. It's really just the... Yep, and then the Wedding Invitation draws them double. Yep. Yep. Get this crafter, but have a... Gonna... Yep, okay. Squall only deals like 6 damage on his own. Curse of Silence, you're a little late to the party. They're gonna draw an ass load. Can't do anything about the Esper Sentinel anyway. Guardian Idol at least. It only taps for colorless. Yep. Alright, so we're going to get back to Playcrafter. Playcrafter's not going to do anything. That's fine. Playcrafter can literally just be a meat shield. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for them to cast a spell to Flare of Malice here. And then after that, Pray that we draw some additional removal to stop Elishnorn and turn on the rest of our cards. They'll sacrifice the Playcraft. Yep, they get to draw a card. That's fine. They only have 3 planes in play. That Cage Stone is only making full 3 mana. I mean, they have protection. Alright, so yeah, Sky Sovereign can go ahead and deal 3 damage to Squall. That's not good. But, a lot better than what the alternative was going to be. Now we have Grand Abolisher, now we have Curse of Silence. This, yep. And do we... I can just play Rasad. Getting saucy. 3 cards. They have 2 mana. Oh, they chose not to use the Amerios Call. Alright, that works out great for me. Now, let's think. Think. Rasad, you can get rid of the Esper Sentinel. This is an on-attack trigger, so that doesn't matter as much. If they play Elishnorn, they currently have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 mana. He's 7? That's not nearly enough? I think... Let's see. If Squall attack hits, then we get the Playcrafter, right? Yeah, we get the Playcrafter. That's a sack. Esper Sentinel goes bye-bye anyway. So then there's no reason for us to do this pre-combat, I can think. Only reason I think is to go Grand Abolisher now. Now they can't do anything. Now we're fine. And then we're also just going to... I guess this also just like strips a card out of their hand, right? And then Shot in the Dark, play Duress. See what that does. They might just like keep a huge teleportation device use. Reverent Hoplite. That's that is relevant. Hold on, Rasad, what do you do? Turn into a... I'm just gonna make it so that way we can get this back. Elishnorn, was it Mother or Machine? This is just a redraw for... So yeah, they have an ass load of mana. Arch of a concept. But do they have play this and get this back? Ooh, Thieves Tool's pretty good. That's really good here. That means that for the low price of 1 less mana than Rogue's Passage, we're good. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, technically they can... Oh, do you really want to do that? Do you really want to, like, crew up your ship? Before we have a chance to, like, party? Because, like, the Plague Crafter is turned off while Elish Norn's on the board. That part no longer matters. This is... Crypt Creature can't be blocked as long as it's powers. I mean, it shoots the Grand Abolisher, but I already know that what they have in hand. I guess if I'd have been thinking... Yeah, last turn, I definitely should have played the Duress first. If I'd remembered that this actually just forces discards, I could have gotten rid of this Reverent Hoplite as well. Okay, so yeah, opponent is going to get busy with the Sky Sovereign. Go ahead, they can shoot the Abolisher. It's not nothing. I'm going to go ahead, we're going to take the 6. We don't even have like anything except the Crafter to get back. Twilight Diviner. Surveil 2, whenever one or more other creatures enter, if they entered or were cast from a graveyard, create a token that's a copy. This doesn't do anything while Elish Norn is on the board, which is a little sad, but Front Hoplite, maybe, like, make their life harder. They can act. They have that Guardian Idol though. I'm gonna do this specifically. This is what, permanents entering? Yeah. I'm gonna do this so that way Guardian Idol isn't here. Six damage. I can still just like play Solitude as a... Then yeah, we'll get that Curse aside. What is this? Reverent Hoplite? And literally just doing that 2 draw. I mean, like 2/4/4 Angels. Though I don't know why they played this. And also, like, we still don't have any control over what their top decks are. Okay, planes. That means a lot of mana. If I can get anything that would pump Squall up while letting me use the Rogue's Passage, we can win. They might also just, like, pour mana into the Church. Yeah, they're going to pour mana into... Yep, that might be, like, the Destiny redraw. Alright, so they're going to do that. I get to draw... Malakir of Reap. Yep. Again, army of tokens. I've got Malakir Rebirth here. On the Grand Abolisher. I am going to go ahead and do it. Because I don't know what that mystery card is. This is 11. So I am going to go to 14 for this. Christ. Like, that is not a small number. Like, that, I am actually just, like, getting beaten down right now. I will die. I will die next turn. Now I need the miracle draw. Alright, ready? That is not the miracle draw. I can hit for 5. That's it. Trying to think if there's anything else that we can do here. We came close. We're like 1 life point short. Solitude doesn't help out. Rhino doesn't get to do anything. Rasad doesn't get to do anything. Like 1 short. I am literally 1 short. I needed to find like 1 more piece of removal to deal with Elish Norn so I could stabilize. Goodbye. GG. That was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. Wait, hold on. What happened to my music? I just realized the music wasn't playing. Weird. Hold on. Did I actually go through my entire music player? Yeah. What's been turned off? Feet off? Feet on? Feet 1. Off. Off. Feet on. Okay. Okay, we're fine. Ooh, it's warm. Hold on. I didn't establish dinner plan. Be at there. Amio Inquisitive. Well, speaking of mono blue control, Authority doesn't help here. Anemone helps a little bit. I guess he blocks. Tamio. I get to go first. I'm gonna go turn 1 Tamio. I'm gonna go Lechy Thirst. Yeah, that's fine actually. All right, so there's Tamio. We don't have to worry about days in this format, fortunately. Yep, pass the turn. How do we want to? Turn 1 Tamio was literally just, you know, removal check. A breeding pool? Actual factual breeding pool? Huh. Brainstorm. Yep. That go through. I don't want to like crash my verdant catacombs into a stifle. I need that to fetch my white. I am super light right now. Probably want to get this ranger captain. Yeah. Go ahead, pass. I need to be forcing the issue. Okay, there we go. Now we're safe to go ahead and crack this. Here's Godless Shrine. Pay 2. Resolve the Spider-Man. The man and his spider, as it were. And now we're in a position where we can just like try and, you know, force through. Like, we have a 3-2 that jumps. I guess we're kind of incentivized to leave him back if Tamio ends up coming online. Okay. Out of the second sun and disallow. Gemstone Caverns, taps for colorless. Understandable. Fading Hope. Yep. Can't do anything about that. Cavern of Souls naming human, though. That's just... that's fantastic. Why go with Squall, then? Might just go with Ranger Captain. I think I go with Ranger Captain, actually. Cavern of Souls is such a clutch draw there. I probably want Esper Sentinel, right? Esper Sentinel. Take new knowledge. Yep. 2 Notland cards. We're just gonna start forcing through a lot of shit. Lion Sash. Don't need a Knight's Whisper right away. Just have like 3 humans lined up. His Esper Sentinel is gonna cause him so many headaches too. This is whenever they cast their first Night spell. So if they cast something. Oh, that. No, no, you don't want to use the Archmage's Charm to draw there. That's how you get the Esper Sentinel. So then why would they? Why indeed? What do you have in reply? Because I'm going to do this, force them to do whatever it is they think they're doing, then I can Knight's Whisper to try and get more card. Brazen Borrower, return Ranger Captain to my hand. Gotcha. I can also use this opportunity to play. If I play a Demi, what am I doing? This is actually just my opportunity to resolve, like, Lion Sash, actually. It might be. I guess I could have sacrificed the Ranger Captain in response. Practice Polluted Delta now while back streets here. Witch Enchanter. That is a land if I need it to be. And then I played a fetch land, right? Exile the graveyard. Exile the graveyard seems. This Lion Sash. I think I'm just exiling the graveyard right now. I really don't want him having that Arc Charm. And like, both of these cards get blocked by Tamio. Sure. I still have a Demi out. Go combat. Back in. Tamio can block the 2 power card. That's fine. And then the 2 mana, Witch Enchanter, 3 mana. What am I throwing out here? Probably throwing out cards that don't matter as much. Like, I can throw out the Ranger Captain here. Let's just grab a 1-drop again. Meanwhile, you know what? I'm actually going to go ahead and Knight's Whisper here. What are they going to do about it? I have Ranger Captain Eos in my hand. I can just, like, do whatever the hell I want. Oh, that is beautiful. You love seeing. Don't care about if they stifle here. This is going to give me my basics, so that way we don't just lose to, like, a Harbinger of the Sea. A Demi. I need 3 mana. And I know about a Demi as well. Alright, so yeah, Tamio attacks. Here's a Demi. Yep, they get the draw. Demi's gonna gain flying. The Demi can block Tamio. And they have to, like, into the maw? Sure. Means you control gain hexproof until end. Let them make the decision first. Because if they don't... Yeah, there we go. Humans gain hexproof. Now they have to spend yet another card to try and deal with a Demi before a Demi kills Tamio. That means good things for us. They can save Tamio by just like drawing in an extra card. That's a thing that they can do. Yeah, congratulations. Knew about Spider-Man. But did you know that he can jump? Did you know that he can leap tall buildings in a single bound? It's in the song. It's in the song, chat. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, does whatever a spider can. Shooting webs all around, flying, even flying through the town. Look out! Here comes the Spider-Man. I don't think we get that if we don't draw Cavern Souls, by the way. I don't think we have the gas to fight through Cavern Soul without Cavern Souls, so incredibly clutch draw. I need to check see how we're doing on pizza. We want to switch this up. I think we do. I think we want to switch things up. Go ahead and where's my boy? Where's Zell? There we go. There's Zell. Actually, hold on. Hold the phone. Don't just go in their chest yet. I need to make sure that there isn't like anything crazy in the in that turtle set. I don't think there is, but never hurts to check. Gathering too. Oh, they actually have it on the thing now? Partner source overlay. Ah, okay. Underworld breach. All will be one. It's this so hard to read. A is all right. I don't think. Cool, but root is all right. 4 damage to any target. Yeah, there just like hasn't been anything I'm hard quality. There's been a couple of standouts. Like I've seen the ooze pop up. It's been a card that I've put into a couple of decks. Half the muscle. Barth and home. Good. Actually, hold on. It's not even that. We just want to look at the lands. There we go. Escape tone. Exile target creature you own. Sack this land. Return a creature exiled with this land. The turtle can't block. Let's see if life is kind of. Got some good Squall action. Got some good vanilla action. The Cypher deck is fun. Maybe I just like work on the Ultimate deck. I'll get a game with Mazel, but then I think we start working on the Ultimate. If I am being quite honest, I really like the aesthetic Ultimate has got going on. There's something about like Time Sorcerer's Supreme that tickles my fancy. Having Mikey Troublemakers again. This deck is not going to be anywhere close to equipped. Go deals damage equal to its power to target and opponent controls. We can get up to 7 lands. This is. Let's hope we get up to 7 lands. Iroh doesn't do anything. We're gonna have to drop Bitter Reunion. Giant Fall is the only thing we have. Shield Breaker might do some stuff. So drop the demonstration for sure. Ooh, opponent's mulligan getting pretty aggressively. 4 lands. Enduring Courage might actually Shared routes, yep. They're off to the races. A lot faster than we are. Radiant Fountain and Adventurer's Inn. Like I said, we're going to go ahead and give up Iroh's demonstration. Mountain! You'll love to see that. So then... Here... Limps the core. Yeah, this is a guy that knows what he's doing. Play with fire. Right now, I feel like we're trying to buff our life total. So that way we can survive one-shots. So I'm probably going to have to bounce the Radiant Fountain. I would love to bounce the Forgotten Cave and cycle it away, but we just, like... We don't have that luxury right now. Do I crack this now? I think I do, actually. I think it is important enough for us to outrace them that we go... Boom. More so than it is to play with fire, which I'm going to do during my upkeep. During my upkeep, I guess? Okay, never mind. That's 4, 5, 6. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I don't have enough lands to do anything. Giant Fall, target creature control deals damage equal to its power. That's 4. I needed one more. I was going to play with fires. That way we have that option. This is an instant. This is 4 damage. This is 4 damage. It'll be 7 damage once Zell. If it works, it works. It's not going to work, though, because we have to bounce a land. I'm so fucked. I am so fucked right now. Trying to think. We had to play around them not having one more land. This doesn't do anything. This doesn't do anything. This doesn't help. 2 damage to any target. All right. They have the land. This might be a one-trick deck, right? Where the only creature they have is the Double Striker or an Ulamog or something. Oh, that was a lot better than I thought. That was significantly better than I thought. Better than I could have dreamed. Alright. I can Nibhelm Flame and deck them for... Deck everything for 5 and then use a Play with Fire. I need to use Giant Fall and Seer, so I only have 1 mana to use right now. So then this is currently... This is 8? I could get like 7 more power. This would be 6, actually. Do I just have lethal if I do this? I think I do. I think I just have lethal if I do this, right? Holy shit. Okay, so they're at -3, which means that 1 turn that we spent giving Zell haste with Bitter Reunion ended up mattering. That is a good dog. That is a good dog, chat. And also, like, I don't think the life gain was inconsequential. This is whenever you cast. Is that the only mythic that they had? Or like, is that just like put in there because it's a 7/7 trample haste? I guess that makes sense, but I feel like you have higher impact cards than that. Ah, yes, husband's gonna pick us up frozen pizza. Take a look at the Ultimecia deck. What do we have? By the way, folks, thank you so much for hanging out with us on a Final Fantasy Friday. Normally we would be doing some Final Fantasy VIII playthrough, but I am forcing my best buddy Fron to take some rest right now while he recovers from convention crud. So, you know, thanks for being there for us. Thanks for, here. Ponder and Brainstorm, which is kind of trainers here. What was I trying to do with the deck originally? Was I trying to build a reanimator? I think I was. Sure looks like it, doesn't it? Nah, this is just kind of like blue-black control with some... This. Get out of here, Stalk. Revenants. Yeah, we were just playing with like a bunch of stuff, I guess. Oh, right. I forgot about Fire Nation Occupation. This is kind of a cool card. It makes stuff whenever we cast stuff on their turn. That's the kind of thing that I should probably put into the other Selk deck that I was working on, the other blue-black control deck. There's Flare, Malice, Flare, Nation. Definitely want to get the Elementals here, right? Brief's already in there. Fantastic. Wait, hold on. What's... When this creature enters, conjure a card named Blowflies Infestation onto the battlefield, then put a -1/-1 counter on... Huh. That's swanky. We're actually playing... I don't think we need that. Like, we could Sholdred. Yeah, I guess it is just kind of like... Blue-black good stuff. Not that that's like a problem. I don't think... Oh... What was I trying to do with that? Uglar's here. This is a enters or attacks Surveil 2. Exile 8 cards. I think Oglar actually works nicely with that. If I've learned anything from the Oglar deck, that having a way to just eat all those creatures at once is pretty good, and then having that with a time walk, alright. Probably why we have so many looters here. To try and like help us just dig through. But yeah, there's the reanimate. Everyone's with Ponder. Counterspell, Leak is good here. Malcolm, Chase. And then this Dora. Wait, no, Threshold is actually like good here, right? Yeah, Threshold should actually be good. Because very rarely are we going to actually get to time walk with her. I wouldn't want to. I want to time walk with Ultimecia. Does combat damage too. Honestly, not sure. I'm going to need to play with this deck a few times to get a feel for what I want to do. But off the top of my head, I'm feeling like it's probably not Kitsa and Jace. How many creatures are we running? We're running 31 creatures. Yeah, that's plenty good for a deck like this. Give me a Kaido, actually. Find me Kaido. We are going to be moving this into a bit of a mono blue, a blue-black control shell. Those creatures. We know that Wan Shi Tan is kind of a beating basic, nearly as much as a Russian agent. Yeah, opposition agent. Like, we're not trying to build flash deck, but we are including some good tempo. Yeah, you can play. Hold on, did I already put the Bitter Bearer in there? That was one of the cards I was looking. Just more things to play into the Fire Nation Occupation, I guess. Although we are Terminus of the Returned. This deck also just like lacks a any sort of ramp So it's either we're playing some sort of tempo deck, or we're playing control. I want to play with the Strix and the Frog. I don't get to play with those cards too often. Pull out the... That's going to be the case. Don't need Emperor. But now is here just because the 1-mana counterspell with ultimate. One, there's going to be nice that we... Agniquel for looting is pretty good. What was it? Vision? Might have been. Rebirth of Protect. I'm expecting us to get our socks rocked. When I have a deck that feels like a puzzle, that feels like it's not solved, really makes me want to hyper-focus on it. Lead off with Mind Spike would be... We have double tap land. Then we have to lose our Sink into Stupor. First against... We have like a black source. Psychic Frog. Yes, actually. Oh, shit. Right. Sometimes the barrel decks are the meme treasure hunt decks. So... Let's see. They're not going to go on turn. Go Ponder. Leak. Yeah, none of these... Except for me.
You just went boom.
Hey, Hydro Taco, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. And then Catacomb. Pass the turn. Opponent's on a one-trick deck, and with the hand that we have here, I have a hard time imagining that we're gonna drop this. I am going to go ahead and grab my Shockland. Just smacked a dude for 2.4 billion and Brawl ranked. Good. Was it hoof math? Was it hoof math? Alright, so now we get to untap. We get to play this. It'll hold up Mana Leak. I guess I could. Opposition agent thing. I guess if they just like have 5 mana. Yeah, we're just gonna please sacrifice a non-token card. Brainstorm. I'll fire that off now so we can put back Persist. Put back... Actually, can they just, like, win if they don't have their... Yeah. I don't know that they can actually win if they don't have Thoracle in play, right? Oh, it was Tifa. Yeah, that would be the other one. That would be the other way to do it. Okay, we passed the one-trick test, guys. We passed the one-trick test. Fortunately, if you see Barrel and they're aggressively mulliganing, yeah, that's a pretty high indicator that they're doing one-trick Oracle of Thassa combo. So, like, you know, just plan accordingly. All right, then. Keep trying it out? Keep trying it out. All right, Hydra Taco. Every new person that comes in the chat, gotta let us know what's your favorite color, what's your favorite dinosaur. It's the standard. Do you pass the human test question? Lotto Green and Dino as an MTG Dino? I mean, it can be, but it doesn't have to be. I was watching someone else, and they mentioned that nobody ever asked you what's your favorite color and what's your favorite dinosaur. I'm like, that's actually a fantastic icebreaker for anyone that saw Spy in chat. FFX hopes to mind. It'll be like, wow. Opposition agent. Snuff out deals nothing. This is subtlety with Rona, Malcolm, bone shards. I can lead on duress. Make sure that they don't Thoughtseize my last land out. Never asked mushroom. Well, you know what? You are correct. That is a grave injustice. It's red and pterodactyl. Pterodactyl. Oh my god, it's Shadowborn Apostles! Guys, chat, it's Shadowborn Apostles! Okay. Legend rule doesn't apply to permanents you control. Each legendary creature gets 1/1. Each non-token creature gets 1/1. So this is an Anthem. This makes them cheaper. I'll take the mirror box. Do I need to use the subtlety to like counter Taborax maybe? I want... I can play the Goyf so they don't... I think I want the Malcolm more? Yeah, I want the Malcolm. They need to start digging. Yep. Apostle. Yep, that's another Apostle. Let's just sacrifice 6 Shadow ones. 6 Shadow. Alright. Oglar. Do I have time to cast Oglar? Oglar would help out with making zombie tokens. Noah would actually be a much bigger thing. I can pitch Oglar to subtlety. I'm trying to decide this now because Malcolm can actually ditch a creature for Oglar to start like getting things together. So Oglar would also help me start digging. Okay, yeah, I've convinced myself. Because we're actually going to go ahead and discard that Goyf, I think. Nope! Easy life. Easy life. Stuff out does absolutely jack all. I like to be a pain in Magic, so it's got to be either Galta or Atali. Yeah. Those are definitely pains in the ass. Am I going... Okay. Flash, tap. Rona. Put Taborax back in. You know, when I was a kid, I loved Triceratops. And it was entirely because of Land Before Time. I never clocked that Sarah was a girl, though. Thoughtseize and... Progwave does a hell of a lot for us if we can actually, like, hit a lick. Let's go hit a lick. That's the land that we need. Do I drop the Nether Goyf? I think I want the room. Go ahead, grab that. I'm gonna live dangerous. Okay, chat? Take the shock. There's a Goyf. So now they get to redraw Taborax. But it's really awkward because they can't actually, like... I guess trading in those Shadowborn Apostles is Taborax. I want to cast the bone shards. So back a creature or discard a card. Yeah. I don't have any creatures I want to stack. So I guess we just discard. Sad, but we haven't found like any advantage engine just yet. But hey, at least not they don't get just like get a free redraw. And whoop. We have 10 cards. Hey, this is looking pretty good. We just like find those last 2 lands. And next turn Malcolm can actually just cast whatever we discard. He is a little too late for Bonch's Monument, but what do I take a spy to like take a look at their deal here. It is a Chronicle of Victory. Yeah, they are all in on the typo. Yeah, I will mill 5 cards and then get any creature back. Okay. Ooh, Infestation's also really nice. I think I like Mer. Put a card. Discard the Moraine, cast the Moraine, draw the 3. Ooh, and we just like straight up get to reanimate. Oh, I have it. I need to cut out of that. Then Rider, follow. If conjure card on the battlefield, then put up. Worth just holding on to Ravenous then. I think it's actually just worth holding on to Ravenous then. Go ahead, we can play the Understanders, Etrata, that's cool. I guess I could have just... Yeah, I guess playing Ultimisia next turn is also good, but we can either reanimate off of Malcolm. Like, I have a hard time imagining how this deck beats us from this position. Quote from Lucky, can't say I have an absolute favorite color, but eh. I'm an Atlanta Falcons fan, so red, I guess. Dave Dinosaur? I'll get the basic bitch answer and say T-Rex. Yeah, it certainly does feel like the basic bitch answer, but... You know... Actually, hold on. Yeah, this thing flies, actually, so I need to use this. Chupacabra. Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't pick it up sooner, but like, honestly, valiant effort. Having to deal with an online Malcolm and then a Barrogoyf as well, that's really hard to deal with. And then Oglar actually helped us out quite a bit with digging through and helping us select our draw. Good shit, good shit. Get! I was playing Magic just a wee bit last night. Just a wee bit. Just trying out the Xenos deck that we were working on. I was playing against a Slimefoot and Squee deck, right? Slimefoot and Squee, the Jun Commander comes into play. Make Saplings. You can sack it. You can sack a Sapling and then bring Squee and Slimefoot from the graveyard, and they can bring the little buddy. Never saw that once. Nope. Instead, they went Monster Manual, and then they Elvish Pipered in Galta and dropped in literally the scariest board. I should have screenshotted it. It was fucking Galta and Vorinclex and an Ulamog and a Crater Hoof and like something else that was huge. Might have been like a city level or something. I don't know. But like, goddamn, I damn near shat myself. I was like, yeah, that is pretty good. And sometimes that just happens. You can do some wild. I keep forgetting that's in this format. You get to play with a lot of the Doomblade style effects, the ones that don't hit certain colors if you play lures. Because then it's just like you get to play not... you get to play silver bullets. And then you get to turn those silver bullets into real spells later with all the looting. Cataract Shadow Apostles. It's a really neat idea, but I'm trying to think of how you would make that work. Oh, I guess I saw a little bit of how you would make that work. Eric, right? It's just a bunch of kindred support and also name support. And also, oh, hi there, Asarak. Guys, if you don't know, Asarak combo deck is a Paradox Engine deck. They're going to try and reduce the cost in Asarak so that way they can bounce him over and over again off of like 1 or 2 rocks. Or God forbid they have enough, they just straight up have enough rocks. Opponent gets to go first. We've got Rebirth, Island, Brainstorm, Wash Away, Edict, Opposition Agent. Normally this would be a no-go, but because we have the Brainstorm here, as long as they don't Thoughtseize this turn 1, I'm feeling pretty good. We have Opposition. I'm gonna have to play that Rebirth. Actually, I'm gonna use this Rebirth defensively, I think. I'm gonna use this Rebirth. I'm gonna use this Brainstorm defensively. I think I need to cut the Juka Bog. This was a draft from before I really started to understand building Brawl. And so in my mind, Pajuka Bog is still just like free. The less. Yep. You know what? I think I need Brainstorm now. Click, Subtlety, Counterspell, Malakir. Fatal Push can work. Put back the Opposition Agent. Put back. We're gonna redraw. So hide the birth. Then do we play the Rebirth out or am I holding that? I feel like I'm gonna gotta go. I also have to be careful. I probably should have fetched this out while they only had the 1. Oh right, it's night and they get a free loot. Right. Subtlety with Videl. Maybe cast a historic spell. 2 damage to each opponent. That is a good one. Let's go ahead and crack this now. Ultimately, our life total isn't going to matter. I could Vendilion Clip right now. Maybe I wasn't actually supposed to. Maybe I wasn't supposed to crack that now. But the fact that I can counterspell this Cloud Key for us. Yep, and then they get to draw, then discard again. This Fatal Push is no longer online because I used my fetch land. Darkrit can help us out. Turn it around on me. Least favorite color and favorite Pokemon? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Lucky, I'm going to have to ask you to clarify. Are you asking me what my least favorite Pokemon is? In addition to my least favorite color? Or is it like my favorite Pokemon and my least favorite color because then you get a bad thing and a good thing? Davriel Soul Broker. I can't do nothing about that. I really have to hope that they don't hit the bad thing and the good thing. Mage is an awful cut. Mage is bad. Fortress good. Fortress good. I Okay, so like favorite Pokemon is easy. Each creature you control, you don't control perpetually gets. Okay, so they whipped on the emblems. That's my favorite Pokemon is stupid easy. It's Volcarona. I have been a Volcarona enjoyer ever since it debuted in Gen 5. I want to wash this away. Yeah, I want to wash this away. That way they have to recast it next turn. I can cast Ultimisia with Vendilion Click just fine. So, least favorite color though? Oh god. Like, you would have to think that beige is a good one, right? That beige is a kind of a no-brainer. At least in my mind. Alright, let's go. Null Drifter in the background. Misty Rainforest. This is a draw to, though. This is a draw to, and then we can reanimate into Annihilator 1. I can reanimate it now into Annihilator 1. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go for Annihilator 1. Bad thing. Oh god, there's just like some really ugly greens out there too, though. Damnation, god damn it. Well, opponent got some free damage on us. Throwing Throne, god damn it. Alright, let's go Clockmaker. Easy. There's some really ugly greens. I don't know that I would be able to actually name what they are. Maybe like a Putrid Yellow. Whenever this creature attacks the player with the most life. I'm really trying hard to slow them down. Whenever this creature attacks the player with the most life, or tied with the most life, when this creature attacks while you have the most life, draw a card and you lose. Go and handle that reanimate. Sucked. Because now I've got nothing to do. I've got like nothing to do here. GG. If I had held on to that reanimate, I could have gotten back Ultimisia, and that would have helped me dig deeper. I could have gotten an 8/8 with Menace. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Next time we'll think. Next time we'll think better. You know, there's some really ugly yellows. I don't know why. I think beige is fine. I think beige has a nice like neutral tone that helps you get away from the curmudgeon of 1001 ads being thrown in your face. Beige is just kind of like, okay, yeah. But yellow, like ugly, fugly yellow. Go first. I'm gonna keep this. Opposite position agent Grief. Underground River. Cycle Troll. Here's a command tower. This is a 0/1. I can't Grief or animate Grief. At least not yet. Maybe the opposition agent actually matters because they would be playing fetch lands. Wash Away, Ranger's Guile, Signet, Whirling Mist, Provisioner. Which one am I like just... Ranger's Guile cantrips and makes our removal worse. The Wash Away doesn't matter if we just like have something big on board. But it hits the Ultimisia eventually. Much of the swirling mist can be used offensively and defensively. But then it's an X spell that eats cards out of their hand. The Provisioner just like goes crazy. Especially with fetch lands. Yeah, I should have held the opposition. Whoops. Instinct is the guile. Now imagine if I had like Dark Writ into opposition. There we go. I would have to give up the Troll. Oh, now we just like have. By the way, this is only my graveyard. Yeah, this is only my graveyard for card types. Incidentally, folks, we're up against Nadu. If you haven't heard of Nadu, Nadu is a pain in the ass. This is why you give your development team time to develop cards. It got some last minute tweaks that just made it really heckin' difficult to deal with. We have a nerfed version here on Arena, but I could Troll, reanimate Troll, or I could hit Grief. I could hit Grief, take out a card. I can Troll and they just die. I'm gonna grab... It's like a Dispel. Yeah. It's like a Dispel, then this doesn't matter. If it's a random Force Spike, it matters a bit, I guess. I'm gonna just try and like clock them. And put them onto a huge dome. Because they can block the Grief. They can block the Grief between Nadu and Tyler's Provisioner. They can't block the Troll. Not until they hit something else. And I will use this Sink into Super to help this Troll power through. Confounding Conundrum as a redraw is what this is. Otherwise, this card just doesn't... I probably... Do I Fire Nation Occupation here? They cast Nadu. They have other stuff they can do. I think I just want to Sink into Super here. No, I want to Fire Nation. Alright. Yeah, I'm going to Fire Nation. By Fire Nation, they can cast Nadu, but then they still have a hell of a lot of pressure on them. Just kind of gets iffy. Because now if I'm holding it up, they can also just like counter back with Wash Away, and then my Super... Like they're tapped out, but then my Super doesn't do anything. At least this way we're doing something else. I want... Yep, I can't attack with anything else. I probably attack with other things anyway, I guess. Yeah, I guess there's no reason not to. Any extra damage I get whatsoever is huge. Like, it's a 2-turn clock now with Troll. But this means that maybe Provisioner, the food tokens... Nope, they're not going to go with food. If they try and, like, March of the Sword. That's our stupid. Oh, that's interesting. I might actually just let... They have 2 mana. That's fine by me. It means that they buy another turn with a Troll, but now I can Sink into Stupor on their turn and get an extra power out to help make up for it. Then... next minute. Let's practice now. Normally I would be holding... Oh, wait, no. I missed a point of power. Fuck. That should be at 7. Oh, that was weird. Forgot about the confounding conundrum. Because it does turn off the fetch land. Played a game of EDH against a Nadu once. They cranked their hog on the table more than your fancy storm deck. Yeah, that's friends don't let friends play Nadu. Friends don't let friends play Nadu. Like, it's not just that Nadu is absurdly powerful. It's that it takes forever to resolve, you know? Whenever a land you control enters... That's right. Okay, hold on. I need... This can be countered. So this is actually really bad for me. Yeah, this is bad. Because now they actually have 3 creatures that block Troll. And Wash Away now deals with this. You straight up told them that they wanted to play that deck again, that you were going to refuse to be involved. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You are in charge of your own... You are in charge. You are in charge of your own enjoyment. Okay, so they have to play... Yeah, they have to play the Grazer to have others. If they triple block the Troll, though... They triple block the Troll, everything else gets through and they die? Like, that's still 4 damage, yeah? Okay. Yeah, that's what they have to do. They can throw the Grazer underneath. They just need to throw the territory color underneath it. They lose the Provisioner. Nadu can eat one of the tokens. Oh no, it's gonna eat one of the... Okay. Yeah. They would have to recast Nadu. Have to recast Nadu. Can't say I hate that. Ethergoyth is exile any number of cards with 4 or more card types. Right? 1, 2, 4. So I can Ethergoyth. They're tapped out. Let's set up our next setup, though. I mean, they're gonna have 3 blockers on 3 blockers that I don't really want to. Oh, they took 2 to do that. Nadu, Shepherd, Innkeeper's Talent. This is just the game you can put a counter on target creature you control, right? Go ahead and get a free card. Reality Chip. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, you want to cast the chip, right? I'm pretty sure you want to cast the chip. Also fairly certain. Hold on, this is 7 cards? Almost. Almost. We give your end step, we get to do that. Yeah, I want to... Probably just card a card. Have to get a free card to get Virtue Eater of Virtue. So, like, the downside here is that Nadu could just eat one of the tokens, but then Ultimisia eats one of their creatures. Yeah, I should have thought about that. I was willing to take that. What is it? Currently 11? I think it's worth it. We don't have enough mana. We have anything fun? There's land. Instant. Creature. We have to do a fourth one. So it's just sorcery. We're gonna eat the animate. They can still pull this out. They have an equipment and they can get 2 free draws out of it. I'm starting to recognize that this deck actually... Oh, no! No. They reconfigured the Razor so they have a future sight in play now. That's bad. That's bad. Yeah, I just straight up do not have any card flow here. Alright, at least they only get like 1 redraw. So with the future sight in play, you know... Oh, they can just phase out any of my... Yep, Alisar, Shepherd. They are at 1 life, chat. 1 life. You can slip out the back. They have to slip out the card that they don't block. Or they have to reconfigure the reality chip back into a creature. Both of those work. Yeah. Find Death Touch, Lifelink, exile this from the graveyard. Gotcha. Well. Yep, Ultimisia is out. I still attack in with everything because... Alisar Shepherd blocking anything doesn't do it. There's Revenant. This is a flying Death Toucher. Hey, what? Oh, they had Counterspell on top of their deck. Okay. They had... Okay, that's why they left the... That's why they left it. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. That's really nifty. Yeah, Curiosity. Final Devastation. See, this is where they're gonna run away because they just have straight up free value. And I, unfortunately, am trying to play a deck that did not put in enough draw power. Let's see. Flying counter, Death Touch counter, Lifelink counter. I can put that on ultimate. Yep, final Devastation for 5. That could literally be anything. But yeah, why wouldn't it just be Tatyava? Because now your life total goes up to... Oh wait, you can't actually crack the fetch lands until you hit another land! Okay, that's kind of funny. Boggart, Trawler... Get rid of all that. Nothing I can really do. So, like... Ultimisia... You get blocked by the Grazer, right? Yeah, you get blocked by the Grazer. Flying, Death Touch, Lifelink. Just transform. Just transform. Is it worth attacking in and putting you on Ultimisia so that way she punches through? Or is it... Or is it the other one? The other one actually ends up trading with a lot more. Yeah, I think it's put it on the token. Because, like, yeah, the Grazer can... Now that this thing can actually do stuff. Now this token actually punches through. Instead of just, like, constantly getting walled. We are, like, so close for a deck that should not be keeping up with Nada's value by, like, every measurement of the word. I would love to play this, like, as an actual creature, but I'm going to set this up so that way when we draw the one ring, we can try and use it to like get over the finish line here. Because remember, they also have to like re-equip the chip in order to make it a thing. Okay, yeah, Bristly Bill's a real card. Bristly Bill is a very, very good card. They just need one land. Any land that's not a fetch land. And they start going crazy, right? So, this is a hyper omega tense situation here. And if I draw removal with this one ring, maybe, just maybe. Okay, Nantucket. Greenheart Nantucket. There's a brainstorm. I would be shocked if they don't find another land here. Just like a day at the races, right? Alright, so yeah, there's two cards back. This it? Do they have that land? They do! No! 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 We were so close! I'm gonna go ahead and scoop it up here. I'm not beating an online Tot Yava and Nadu combo. It's just not happening. Jeez, you fucking animal. We were so close and we just couldn't get over the finish line. I think that's partially because I'm not really playing a lot of the huge cards that I need to be playing in a deck like this. Consult the star charts is insane. The longer this goes on, the deeper you get to grab, and then it's just like the kicker is also amazing. I also finally understand the power of Memory Deluge. Just like having those two cards is a good way to help catch up on hand size. I did build this as a blue-black tempo deck because that's what I kind of wanted to build. But I'm also thinking... I think that shoulder in the one. But I think I'm also trying to do like too many. I think I'm trying to do two. Soldier and the one ring are perfectly fine cards, but Soldier gets a lot better when you actually run more set it and forget it style draw. So let's see. With Ultimecia, the Time Sorceress, this might be a deck where you want Tempted by the Ring, because then you get to loot with that too. There's a lot of Surveil in here. Some lists are running Matoya. I don't think you want Matoya for this build. We did have that Opposition Agent. Those fetch lands. You know what? It's we're trying to like eat graveyard. Do we actually want gold? That's a fair comp. I don't know that we want Threshold. I think we play the Goyfs because the Goyfs are good. I think I do go ahead and grab some of those enchantments. So like, go ahead and grab... God damn it. I can never remember what it's called. Call the Ring? Is that what it is? Yeah, it's Call the Ring. It's literally just Call the Ring. Like, one of the most simple card names that you could call out there. It's just like, I just... I'm gonna give up Search to Pursue the Try. Getting all those extra clues like would help out a bit. As opposed to like a FFVIII Arena, I think. Where like you can just set it and forget it. But the upside is that if we get like a single creature that we can start pumping counters and lifelink onto, then we can ride that to victory. I don't know, chat. I keep trying to build these tempo mid-range decks, and I keep forgetting that in this format, if you are going to be matched against a deck that full of haymakers, speaking of haymakers, then like you're gonna have a significantly harder time catching up in the game once those haymakers have resolved. Thoughtseize into Strix, potentially Ridicule, and Atrata next. I really like Atrata. I built an Atrata deck a couple of years ago, and I was liking it quite a bit because it was like more suited to this tempo build. But I wanted to try this with Ultimisia. Ultimisia definitely needs more mana though. That 8 mana is like so much. I was kind of looking, I'm trying to look at some of these cards as like, if you get to the point where you can get to the backside, that's perfect. You know, you're grand to have it, but you're really trying to build around this front side. I don't know. Taking an extra turn on your commander feels all right. All right then. Yeah, we're gonna continue playing games for like the next 10 minutes or so, but I do want to let you know that we are getting close to the end of the stream. And for all you cool folks out there, we love to pass on the love. We have a Lead the Raid redeem. So if you redeem that raid, we'll go ahead and check out whoever's cool. You know, maybe they're cool. Maybe they're trans like me. Maybe they play MMOs like Final Fantasy XIV. Maybe they play Magic. Lucky snagging that Lead the Raid redeem. You had your finger ready for the button, man. Target creature. Every deluge gets around the extra draw. I like the interaction with Narset, not so much the not do anything till later on. Ponder. Oh. Kaz? Alright, we'll go right into Kaz then. I want... Oh, this is actually really bad for me. That Dragon Catacomb is going to hurt me. Counter target creature spell. Put on tempo loss. Divert disaster. Counter target spell lets this spell pays 2. If they do, you make them. This is that. I think that divert is faster. Gift a card, and it's actually actual factual count. That's a snow-covered swamp. I don't care if they counter Fall Hard, because then I can to resolve it quick. This costs 2 less if a creature is attacking you, so they're not going to be able to do that right away. This Hydroponics Architect, though, it turns all their basic... It turns their lands into basic lands that draw them cards. Fading Hope. Yeah, that's good tempo. I'm probably going to have to pass next turn. Because there's no way they tap up for Narset right here, right? Alright, I was wrong. Now, like, they do have the swat away. So that makes sense. But now I can... I'm just gonna go with Palantir then. Let's see. May have you draw a card. I guess I get the scry no matter what. Oh! Oh, shit! That means that they just lose to it. Because they never get to make me draw. I could have domed them for 10. Oh. I mean, yeah, induced amnesia. Okay, yep. I've lost everything. Persist. Doesn't do it. Yeah. Press, run, nope. They could have been target spell or creature. So they would have to commit, right? Yeah, they would have to commit the Palantir on top. Then just counter the Palantir. And if Kaz goes offline, just do Vixie. I'm gonna suck. I'm gonna sigh for 1,000 years because I hate playing against Narset decks. Like, the Narset deck is the actual mono blue deck that I struggle with. I'm gonna stifle the turn. Wait, counter target. They could have countered the orb, right? They could have just like straight up countered the orb. Why didn't they? I didn't. Okay. This is pretty good. Exile all cards from target player's library, then that player shuffles their hand into their library. Yep. Here's Rusko. Rusko gets countered by Long River Pool, which is just actual factual counterspell. Washington. I guess no, everything's gonna get milled. So I guess I just leave Washington up there so that way it's max, like, just guaranteed do damage. Ace is what, 12? Oh yeah, I just like lose persist, yeah. I don't like Narset, guys. This is just this is nonsense. I don't even have a way to like it. Because it's only when it goes into the graveyard. Like, I'm just gonna keep trying to cast spells, I guess. Nope. Alright. Bone Shards goes away. Nighthawk becomes extra damage. They have to have some way to bounce this orb, right? They can clone Ultimisia, they can steal her, they can do whatever they want. Is that 12? Narset wheel effects are real. Guess that's on me. What did I choose to do instead of dealing with Narset? I took a mulligan. I took a mulligan and I... Okay, yep, Time Warp. Yep, Fate Seal. Yep. So, like, here's the funny thing, right? Jace is probably going to be the actual win condition here. Yeah, he's at 11 now. And then he ults and he gets rid of my graveyard. Or gets rid of my entire deck. And it's just like... Yep. I'm just going to pick it up. I'm miserable. Alright. Awful one to end it on, but end it must. So let's go ahead and we'll go ahead and start that raid. Cat, thank you so much for hanging out today. Thank you for hanging out on a Final Fantasy Friday. Is Cat still online? Don't go anywhere. We do want to pass on the love. We want to give our friends a nice happy raid. Double check and make sure that Kaz is still streaming. Yeah, he's streaming for stuff. We'll go ahead and start the raid there. Folks, next week for sure. Next week for sure, Final Fantasy Friday is going to be back with some actual Final Fantasy and not just like, you know, paper Final Fantasy. Next week, belated birthday bash. I am going to attempt to announce it by Monday. On Monday, I'll put out a thing that says like what we're doing. It may, in fact, just be trying to climb the mythic ladder while it's still open. I think it's still open. So we'll try our hand at that. Otherwise, it'll be business as usual. So chat, we'll catch you next week. Same hero time, same hero channel. Bye!